Good morning, good evening, and good night. Welcome to the Inforunners. I'm Execute, joined today by Algared. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm fairly well. I was just literally typing in a good morning to everyone in the YouTube chat.
Well,
Just as you went in.
that's my fault. I went to the bathroom before we started. You know, that
You did.
emergency break, because if we don't go, we don't get to go for 4 hours. So it's a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, just you sprung the start on me. You said, "I've got to go, I've got to go."
Yeah,
And
just out the door. Just let's go on.
Yeah.
So we're gonna start off today. We were really wanting to do this 400i giveaway. It's literally in the title, and we need to talk to you guys about some of the stuff because we don't know how to do it, right? So this is what I made. I made this little board, right? And the problem is because of the green
mirrors. Yep.
Yeah. So we used the little windows like at Play School. This is a kids' TV show here in Australia. Problem is this is yellow and this is green, and because of the green screen, they disappear, right? So what I'm wanting to know is we'll ask you guys a couple of questions about how we're going to do the giveaway because we haven't decided that. And then maybe next week I'm going to get a webcam so I can have this separately on a webcam. And that way I can turn the green screen stuff off.
Yeah.
But basically what it's going to be is I've put
and if
different...
you get a webcam, it also means that you're not having to keep pulling it up. And
yes. Yeah, I can just lay it
more stable.
I can just lay it. Yeah, I can just lay it down somewhere and have the camera pointing at it, and we can have it on screen at all times. Then, so you can see that I haven't shifted anything around or done anything.
Keep the bastards honest, as one of the political parties in Australia used to say.
So we've got different things under each paper that basically let us know what the prizes are and stuff like that. But basically, what the prizes are, one of them is obviously the Fortuna skin, 400i. Well, it's not a skin; it's a ship, isn't it? So Not-A-Tuna is the 400i, and then we've got the other three are the skin packs of the ships that come out from Subscriber Flare. So you've got the Microtech one, the Hurston one, and the Horizon one. So that's what they are. And so we thought we might do this over say 4 weeks, but it could go real shit and the person just wins the Fortuna in the first week. So that might be how it goes, and then it's just 3 runner-up prizes the next 3 weeks, or it could be somewhere in the middle or something like that. But what we were looking at doing, I've got to put this down because give me a dead arm, is the 2 ways we're going to do a vote, and would have to do it for type 1 or type 2. But the first one was you simply just get to take a guess. And so that means every week, essentially, there's like one less. We might even make it so it's empty. That might make it harder. Ooh, I didn't think about that one. That could be a hard one. So
we did talk about that weeks and weeks ago.
We did,
being an option, but yeah, it's still kind of in the mix.
So we need to have a little talk about, even with you guys, how you want to do it. So they're the 2 that we had just before the show. We're going to say, so you have 3 people, you have people come on. The first 3 people that are drawn that week are literally knocking them out, and the last person just gets what's there. Or actually, you could have 2 people come and knock them out, and they just get to pick 50-50. That would work too. I saw that.
And the third way was pick them all and then have them all.
Yeah, just pick one, and it gets less and less each week. So we haven't really quite decided there. So we thought we'd talk to you guys because, as we said, we put it in the title and we want to do it this week. I guess we could still do it this week if you guys really, really want. Or would you rather do it? I don't know. Maybe we're being fussy, Algared. We are always fussy, so we're definitely being fussy. So yeah, we haven't shown you anything, so we could still technically do it.
We could do one this week.
I didn't have enough magnets though, Algared. I had to use fat magnets and little miniature magnets. That's all I had.
Yeah, but those miniature magnets are really powerful. They're really strong.
They are. They're very powerful. They're so powerful, they're annoying. Anyone that deals with them knows what we're talking about. They are damn annoying.
They are. Especially if you try to separate them, because when they're so small, like, trying to separate the bloody...
You've got to get your nail in there, and
And if you don't have any nails, because you have nervous habits, it's bad. The joys and habits of modelers.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So long story short, maybe have a talk about it, and we'll do a vote in, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes or so, and just like about what have a talk amongst yourselves, like excuse me, and suggest maybe even another suggestion on how we could do it. But that's where we're kind of at. We wanted to do something a little different. We just don't want to just give it away. We wanted to make it a little interesting, a little bit different. And
thank you, Ace Hambone, for your $10 coffee supplies.
Yes.
So always appreciated.
Very much. All right, I'm starting up the body. Algared, just give me a moment.
Yep.
Because I know there's already questions. Because there was a gentleman called John. When I got up this morning, and he already had a question. I'm like, oh, John, and it's not an easy question to answer. You'll see when with the first one that comes in. I have no doubt.
I see that. I'm just back at the top of the screen. Possibly major. In fact, we'll do it now. So John Mortimer says,
yeah, go for it.
With player halves and apartments possibly coming this year, which major landing zone would you consider as the best to live in Stanton?
You can even see my response there, Algared, so I'll let you go first.
Yeah, and look, I think it is a tough one, because you're going to have the choice of the luxury, and I think the better places will be, the nicer places will be places like, in terms of your hab, will be places like Hurston or Microtech, because they're the touchy-feely nice places. But then if you're looking at closeness to, convenience for the system of the Stanton, then I tend to think not Microtech, but Hurston is actually a good location because it's central. But then if you're thinking in terms of for the future with Pyro, then that's going to depend on where that jump point is. And I think at the moment it's up near Microtech, but I could be wrong, because I know on the star map.
Let's have a look on the star map. Why not?
On the star map, the jump points are kind of, or last I heard, the jump points on the star map were kind of indications they weren't set in stone as to where they were in the system. It was just they were just indications of where they were in the system. But I think the jump point to Pyro is supposed to be close to Microtech, so I'm not sure. But as a Hurston spoiler, I would say Hurston.
I might not have this set up. No, I do. God, that was lucky. Haven't touched it since the other week. All right, good. Because sometimes it comes up and it butchers everything. Yep. All right, so we're going to Stanton. Jeez, this is loud. Can I mute this? Nope, apparently not. I guess I can. Up there. Oh, my ears. Thank God for that. Right. There you go, Algared. It's kind of between Crusader and...
Yep.
It's almost up near where Levski was up here. Was it Dalimar or whatever was up here, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dalimar used to be up there, didn't it?
Yeah.
They're kind of in between.
That's interesting, though, because it does... If you actually think about it, that would... If you were going to place another planet, that's kind of where you would place it. It's it kind of gives you those... Yeah, okay, so it makes sense to me. But then all of a sudden, as the planets rotate, we're all close to it at some point, aren't we?
Yeah.
Really, the furthest planet is Hurston. Actually,
the Microtech's the furthest because it's the furthest out. Yeah. So when it's done its circle and it's closest, it's still it's still a bigger jump and say.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And ArcCorp becomes closest when it's aligned.
How much of a bugger that's going to be? You're trying to math out how much it costs you to get to somewhere or something like that, and because the planets are moving, it's like, well, if I wait an hour, it'll be cheaper.
Yeah,
and, you know what I mean? Because they'll all move.
That could be, that could be how people are working, and if it's a priority transport, it's something that's got to be there.
That's a really good question that Lemming asks in Twitch chat. He says, "Wonder if the jump points are going to orbit," and my brain says no, because they're not at a range point. Because we know the little range points move, but if it is a little range, because I'm on the wrong screen. I keep trying to scream in OBS, because it's not at a range point.
Yeah, I think the lore indicates they don't.
Yeah.
So the very first jump point we found was in the Nesso Triangle, up near Neptune, and that's called the Nesso Triangle because it was in that region that the ships always just a bit. So they might float a little bit in that area. So you never, if they're not, unless they've got a gate, like we've seen at the Pyro Gate. But generally, I don't think they move. And the gate, the Pyro Gate that we saw with the structures around it to stabilize it and stuff, also indicates it doesn't move. So, So I think the lore and what we've seen so far indicates no, they don't. So
somebody's called us info citizens.
Info citizens. Well, there you go.
I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment. can't
I,
tell.
I,
I
I
can't
would,
tell.
I would take that as a compliment. Where the info citizens, are you star citizens, or
Hmm.
at least they didn't call us info civilians.
Oh yes, that's good.
Info civilians, that would be bad.
That's what I say when I get in game all the time. I always say, "Hey, citizens," or I go to someone else's stream. I go, "Hey, citizens." That's just my thing. I just
Yeah.
consider everyone citizens now. I think it's a nice star
No,
citizen greeting. But yeah,
it's a star citizen. It's very star citizen-esque, isn't it?
yes, I think it. Yeah, citizens, our word. Star, other games have that, but citizen, that's us.
Yep. Yeah.
So.
It's a bit like the old sign off that CIG used to use, see you in the was it see you in the verse, or Paul, see you in the black, I think, or it's just yeah. Anyway, shall we do another question?
Real quick, Mr. Stunner said Soul Runners. Yeah, that's good. That's if we do a Stealth System podcast crossover. That's what that one is. Soul Runners. All right, yeah, next question.
Yep. So the next one was your comment, which was that shit moves like the wind from a patch to patch, and people want different things to do. Yeah. So, and that's right. It is from patch to patch. I think when the habs come in though, it's going to be influenced by the quality of habs, because I got the impression that the CIG were placing the habs system. I did hear at one point they talked about having each area having high quality, the rich down to the poor habs, and it would depend on how much you wanted to pay for those rental habs and stuff. So, because everyone knows habs are a credit sink. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. But I tend to like Hurston because it does have that nice Australian-esque feel of the outback. When you get to savannah areas, it seems to have lots of eucalypts and all the rest of it.
I think honestly, for me, it comes down to what I'm doing in the patch. And I also think it also comes down to the individual person. I'll give you two examples. Like I was like you, I liked Hurston a lot because it's very centralized. But in the last patch, because I've been doing more salvaging, I've been spawning at Horizon and then going to Grimhex.
And that's because you do your salvaging up near Grimhex. So for you, that's closer.
But then to take our friend John's absolutely addicted to ArcCorp. He just loves it down there. He goes out to the ArcL1 Lagrange point, and he does all his mining out there, and he jumps off and into the ring, and I'm talking about the asteroid belt ring, and that allows him to quickly come back to the refinery there at ArcL1. So I find it really is going to come down to, I think that is going to be a thing. Like it's going to, if you lean heavily to a particular gameplay,
that'll impact your choice.
Yeah, I think if you're being generalized, though, I think you and I kind of would be on the same page and say Hurston, because it's centrally located.
It gives you a nice central link to everywhere in the system.
And when the planets start moving, dizzily centrally located, but it is still more centrally located because it's an inner planet. So yeah, I still like I'm sitting here thinking of the planets moving. I probably would still go with Hurston. But you got to also think of, like, if there are really annoying things that crop up because of the government and stuff there, we haven't seen that stuff yet. We haven't seen the laws come in. We haven't seen, we know they're going to operate differently. Like for example, right now, the only example I can really give is when you're at Hurston, you get scanned all the time, right? They are really, onto scanning people. Like they want to know that, they want to know about illegal activity and stuff like that. So they're really narky and stuff like that. That's the only thing I can think of. And you could probably talk to more than I can, Algared. It's more your wheelhouse.
Law-wise, I can't say what, which is it. I do know that if you look into the system, you can actually see I don't remember where it was. I think if you go into the notes when you're in game, you can actually see the actual system laws. So I think medicines or med pens or stims are illegal on some planets, and are misdemeanors on others, or and not illegal on. I think microtech's the most laissez-faire of a lot of them because they're all drug heads and computer nerds and stuff. So.
Makes me wonder, like, when you rock up to a planet or even into a new system, is it going to give you a rough overview of what the the laws are like, and like if the system you've just come from, is it going to come up and go, warning, like real big and red, this is a drastic change from the system you were just in, you know, like you fart, you're going to jail. Where in,
Right.
do you know what I mean? Like is it going to point stuff out to you to highlight it, or do you just have to know?
Well,
Because that would be a nightmare.
most systems are UEE controlled.
Mm.
Like this, Stanton is unique in the fact that it's UE controlled. So when you're outside of the planet's sphere, you're under UE rules.
Mm.
But then when you're in the planetary sphere, you're under the corporation's rules that are also got to incorporate. You know, that's the UE rules plus.
Yeah.
Whereas say you're in Terra, it's going to be UE rules straight because it's just a UE control from it. So most of the time it won't matter. But going to say areas where you've got different groups controlling areas, that'll matter. So I think I've got a feeling that when we see Pyro come on, it's going to be very similar in makeup to Stanton, where you've got the different gangs controlling the different planets or the different stations. And they'll have their different rules, just like in Stanton, the different corporations have their rules. So you'll have a general carte blanche set of rules, and then you'll have unique sets of going with it.
Yeah, they probably will be more unique because you'll probably get ones like where you have to pay them tolls or whatever, or what do you call that? Like a not a bounty, but
Protection money.
Yeah, kind of like that, but like just like there's a word for it I'm looking for, but I can't remember it. You know, where you like it's like showing them respect. Tribute. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you very much. Yeah, so show them a tribute. So yeah, that'd be interesting. Oh wait, hang on, what was let me say? Oh, we get a bulletin now on the legalities of a system. Well, there you go. Yep. There you go. So yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah,
that shows they're thinking about that then.
And I think that's in when you go into your Moby Glass, you can actually check the bulletin of the rules. But
yeah,
I haven't really bothered checking it for so long. I just know you do get that in game where you can actually see the actual planetary corporation breakdown of the rules.
You can think of it really thematically, like it could be done really coolly. Like, and I'm just giving a suggestion here, not telling them how to do it, but like you come into a system that's like, welcome to Pyro, you know, like you can pay your tribute to such and such, like, because like he just doesn't give a shit, the guy reading it. And then you go into another system and they're like, welcome to Zynex1, the home of economy, and blah, blah, blah. You can see like it sets the theme very quickly. You can have this cool little audio recording and some little graphics or whatever, and the budget of what's presented to you also speaks of the planet, because it could be like, you know, like how we have the terminals at Grimhex and they're all run down and they're like DOS, like with the fireworks and stuff. But so you could incorporate that into it. So I'm just seeing that theme covering and going into it, and I don't know, it sells me on the system, or it doesn't, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but at the moment we just get those laws set up in terms of a bulletin that pops up on the Moby Glass, and you can go check that.
Lemming just said, welcome to Pyro, you probably want to leave.
Welcome to Pyro. You're now a property of the headhunters. Be careful.
Your ass now belongs to us. Yeah.
All your base belong to us, as the old game used to be. I just saw a question from Nova 42 that says, "How was the wedding?" Wedding was great.
Do you want to tell them the bad news that you told me?
Yeah, told really bad news. My nephew-in-law. Well, I knew this about him already. He's a gamer. And because I was told, you know, one day my brother was talking to his daughter and said, "Oh, what's he doing?" And he says, "Oh, he's having a relaxing night, painting figures." To which my brother said, "Tell him, you know." He told her, "Run now, because you'll be like your nerdy uncle."
Oh dear.
But anyway, the bad news is that he plays 40k. And the even worse news is that he plays Necrons and Gringoldos. So the Necrons is because that's, you know, I knew that Execute would appreciate that, because
yeah, I don't mind the Necrons. I think they're pretty cool.
That's your
Well,
your army of choice at the moment, isn't it?
it was my army of choice when I used to play with my friends back in the day. But I've never really had my own army. I just kind of borrowed my friends, played with them. So yeah, I never really got into it as much as
I
you
know
guys
for a
did.
fact you've got some at Necrons though.
No. The only thing
What about-
the only miniature I've got is the Necromunda that I brought. That's the only Warhammer I've ever purchased
right,
myself
so
in
you've
my
only-
entire life. Yeah.
So your one Necromunda character figurine that has really cool bits but is fragile is the only Warhammer figure that you got. There you go. I thought that was just one
Sorry?
of your.
No, I've got the only one I've if I might have 3D printed one, but I can't remember that. But the only one I've actually purchased was
That one with the arms where the arm kept breaking off.
Oh, that's not a Necromunda. That's sorry, that's not Necron. That's actually that's Necromunda, Algared.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh right.
That's oh, what is the side?
Right.
I'm having an absolute brain fart to the side in Necromunda.
Yeah.
2 seconds. I got the book. Hold on.
Yeah. I'm not a 40k player, so I get the races mixed up. I'm more of a historical wargame, World War II, Napoleonics, World War One, Ancients.
Man, typical Warhammer stuff. It doesn't tell you the name.
Yeah.
Someone will know this though.
No, you're right.
This dude, House of Shadow. Yeah. Oh man, someone's gonna tell me it in if they can see the picture. It's this side, and it's their brute that Algared is talking about. It's like a big octopus tentacle thing, and I had a lot of trouble with it. And ironically, going back to those magnets we were talking about, I actually had to use those magnets to fix it.
Yeah, because I know we were talking ages for how to how you'd fix it, and I was saying, I'd be looking at using this because the magnets would give you the ability to take them on and off.
The Lark, that's it. The Lark, that's who they are.
Yep.
The Lark. Yeah, there we go. They're like spies and shit. But anyway.
Yeah. So I was, my lack of 40k, I just put Necrons and Necromunda all in the same boat. But so he's a green gobbo and a Necron supporter. We did talk for a little bit, and I saw my niece roll her eyes when we were talking what army she should have. So
you'll have to get her into it. She's got to be part of the crew. Yeah.
Well, she's the type of lovely, kind, considerate, sweet, generous individual who would probably do that just to enjoy spending time with her husband, because that's the type of person she is. I
go the other way, so she likes what's those guys? The cultists. Yeah, she probably should get one of the cultists.
Yeah.
They're the religious zealots that just chop people up and eat them and stuff. Yeah. You should.
Well, one of the things we were thinking of is which would be a good army to, because he has Gobbos and Necrons, what would be a good army to use? Because that way
they can kind of play together. Yeah, okay.
Play together and that, as opposed to being in a situation where you've got dozens of armies that are all there'd never be armies you'd face off against each other because so it's all. But it was a really, really pleasant couple of days.
Actually, that might be something you and Paul should do one time if you stream. Do a poll and see like what percentage of people play what side that do play, because I know a lot more of Paul's viewers do Warhammer and stuff. All right, I want to go over this again now, Algared, if you don't mind, because we've now had a bit more time. We've got a few more people watching. This is how we were going to do the Fortuna give. Not-A-Tuna. It's Not-A-Tuna. I need to remember that. But in Australia, we have this
TV show,
kids TV show called Play School, and they have these different windows, and behind each window you have different things. But as you can see, because of the green screen, it's stuffing with the camera, and you can't see the colors and stuff. So I was going to order a replacement kitty cam, because kitty cam broke, as you if you're a regular viewer, you probably know that. So I need to get another one. And that way I can just do that like flat on a table or something and have the camera straight on it. And
of course we know that when we do that, kitty cam is going to end up being a kitty cam, because the cat's going to come and literally lie on it and do something like that, because that's what cats will do. But yeah.
Oh, someone recommended Tyranids. There you go.
Tyranids.
Yeah. But so basically behind these windows is different things that mean each prize. The big prize is the Fortuna 400i, thanks to CIG. And then me and Algared went out and got the different skin packs that are available for this month's subscriber flare, and they're what $20 each or something like that.
Yeah.
So we've got one's for Hurston, one's for Microtech, and one is for shit. I'm having a brain fart. Old Man Hurston. Actually, Old Man Hurston is behind one of these.
Yep. So one for Hurston, one for Microtech, and one for ArcCorp.
Yeah.
Although I've got to admit, the Hurston skin that looks the best.
I think so. But that's just my choice. The other thing that I'm having an issue with is the icon I used for Not-A-Tuna is green.
Yep.
So it's completely invisible.
So it's just goes straight through to the background.
So if we do it this week, it'll be amateur hour, or we can put it off a week and I can get a camera and we can do it that way, or and which is kind of my preference because I'm a bit of I like to present. I don't know. That's probably just me.
You're a perfectionist.
Yeah. And then
like I don't know if people realise this about you, but when we're doing the thumbnails and we're off doing it together, if it's a micron out,
yep,
you'll pick up and it'll bug you until you.
Yeah, I'm like no one else will notice, but I need to fix this.
And I'm going, yes, fine, yeah. Unless if I pick it up, it's really bad.
Yeah,
but not sometimes it's out by a micron or a pixel and it says, oh, I've got to fix it. There's a pixel out of place here, and
yeah. So it's just little things like that bug me. They're little arty things, but I'm the same with even if I'm in game and I notice an error, I'll be like, look, this is out of alignment. What's going on?
Yeah,
and then a couple of patches later they'll fix it. So I have an eye for detail. That's just how it is. So yeah,
I used to be like that when I was painting miniatures, doing an army.
Oh, I lost him. He's lagging. There he is. He's back. All right. Oh, you're muted, Algared, all of a sudden. I don't know why. But you're back. Yes, it's 6:30 in the morning, so everyone's starting to wake up in Sydney. Yeah.
So, but I used to be like that as well. Everything had to be perfect. But then I realised with an army group, those little imperfections actually make the unit stand out even more and look better because.
They do.
Individuals would be slightly, would have some that are really good.
Except it doesn't work like that in a video game because they're all duplicates of each other. So it doesn't work. I would agree with you 100% in a manual setting. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But when it's all digital, it's duplicated.
I was talking painting, the painting of the miniatures, but yeah.
So last but not least, the other thing we want to do, I know we made this take way longer than I wanted it to take, is we want to vote with you guys on how we actually want to give this away. So these are we've got some combinations of these as well, but the two basic extremes is we draw 4 people. The first 3 people knock ones out, so they don't actually get to see what they are. They just knock them out, and the last person gets that one. And then the next week there would only be 3 of them, and then the next week 2, and then the last one. And
then on the last week we reveal what's behind each window.
Yes. Well, actually, no. Each week you would get the one that's left. Right, so you could randomly get one of that. Then the other one was basically you just pick one, and then we take it off, and then there are 3 left, right? And so every week it'll go down by 1.
And then the third way was pick 4 people, and then
there were combos of that. So like one of the ones I suggested was you draw 3 people, they knock off 2, and the last person gets picked between 2 as an example. So that's kind of I think where I'm at is those 3 versions. And we'll do a vote if you guys are up for it. But we are going to wait till next week, right? I think that's what we'll do. But we want to work out with you guys this week is how we want to do it. So I'll have to put up a poll. It's going to take me a minute to type it out, Algared. So if you want to take a question, and I will be half listening, as you are aware of me by now.
As that usually happens. Okay, Def Factor has a question. Boxes, brief, or other?
Trunks.
There you go. It's a question Old Man Hurston would not answer.
I figured. Just say uwu girls. I wear them for underwear.
He doesn't wear uwu girls. It's just
just one on the front and one on the back, and he just walks down the street.
I'll do as Badgers claimed I do. Roll my eyes. Def Factor comes in with another question. This one's a little bit more. Before we do that, I've got I'm floating. No, I'm Robin75 has a $20 super chat there in YouTube. Thank you very much for that. No question with it. It's just a thanks for being here, I guess. So thank you for that. Always appreciated, much loved, and always humbling. I'm always staggered by the support you guys give us.
Yeah.
On our channel.
Thank you very much. It's not expected, but it is appreciated.
Yeah, never expected, never required, but is appreciated. It does help with replacing hardware because hardware does break and wear down. It does help with other stuff as well. So actually, hardware's probably the big one, isn't it? We don't really use it for anything else. It's
well, yeah. Every time a new computer comes up or something like that, you know, and every couple of years you've got to get a new graphics card or something like that. So it's not cheap. As you guys know, you obviously got to maintain your own computers. So yeah, but like just to tell you a little bit about me, I don't work, so I have to save all my money to be able to buy my virtual spaceships, which I don't really buy too much anymore. Now I've got the Kraken. I kind of did my thing. It took me like 3 or 4 years to get to that though. For me, it's just, you know, most of this goes to hardware, and I don't know, Algared, you can speak for yourself in that regard.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm probably the same. I buy the ships. Okay, well, I like to say I buy the ships occasionally, but unfortunately, I still buy the ships when they come out. I think there's 1 or 2 I've just bought the CCU to it.
Yep.
But generally, I'll end up buying the ship, especially if it's only 1 ship every quarter, and then, you know, and they're not too expensive. But the big ones make me a bit before I do them, all that. But
yeah. So the other week, Algared, did you see Sense about the links? I got to ask you that while I'm thinking of it. So yeah. So for those that don't know, Algared's like, oh yeah, I'm looking at getting 4 Lynxes when they drop, and then he goes, oh, by the way, I've already got 3 Phoenixes. So that means he would have 7 Lynxes. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. But if I bought the Lynxes when it drops, it would be more. I'd be looking at it as upgrade options or CCU chains or giveaways or you know, so things for All
right, I'm putting the poll out now, Algared, for 5 minutes on Twitch, and I'll try and do for 5 minutes on YouTube. Copy it the same, and we'll get a rough reading on see if people can. I hope that makes sense to you all, from what we explained.
I have a feeling Dev Factor is trolling us a little bit. His next question was, when were we getting the fabled Execute versus Algared spelt wrong rap battle? And what ship are you both putting on the line to be given to the winner?
Rap battle.
Rap battle.
Man, I can't sing for shit, so that ain't happening.
It's like the you've never seen the mock history, you know, they do rap battles. So
I have seen. Yeah, I have seen them.
I see what they're saying, but no, I don't think we'd do one. Maybe you could see one between the companies, the in-game companies. You know, Hurston versus ArcCorp versus Microtech or whatever.
I think that'd be a better thing for you and Paul in the Lore Masters rap best. I think that would be a better one that way. But you know,
well, I have been. I do think that Croncy called me a Hurstonophile. I think it was a Hurstonophile or a Hurston lover. At the last Bar Citizen, I was at because I made a comment that Hurston weren't as bad as everyone said they were.
Trying to think where I think he's often at Microtech. I could be mistaken, but
yeah. Well, you know, he's a touchy feely guy, so
he's a snowflake.
But, yeah, like that.
Oh, that would have cut our sound. I clicked the wrong button. Sorry, my bad. Sorry,
but I'm sure Croncy would prefer to be called a snowflake as opposed to a leprechaun. So
I call him a leprechaun all the time. He hates it. So yeah,
I know he does
because he's like 6'4" or some shit. So it's like
he's a giant of a man.
Yeah,
he looks like he'd be short, you know, or shorter, but he's a giant of a man.
You know what? I should reach out to him and see if I can get him on as a guest for one of the live streams. I haven't actually done that. I should do that. So I don't know if he can make it or not, but I will reach out to him.
If you get him on for not a tuna, that would be horrid because it'd be green, which is
Yes.
leprechaun green.
Yeah. Well, he knows what I'm going to do in the thumbnail now. You've just given it all away, Algared. You ruined my joke. It'd just be covered in leprechauns and pots of gold and rainbow.
Oh, look, come on. That's not giving away a joke. He'd expect that.
Yeah.
He'd be going.
Yeah, he knows what he's getting himself into with us. That's what
He'd know what he'd be getting in for. Well, with you, he'd know what he's getting in for. John Water came back and said, "What can I say? I like tough questions." Yep. It was an interesting question you posed, but I think it does come down to, like Execute said, depends on what people are going to be doing for the habs and also like if and the tough thing is you could pick your venue. Like I'll often pick even at the moment I'll pick Hurston as my start point, but then in the last patch 90% of the time I was actually in Orison. So I'd taken a couple of ships to Orison, and that's while I was just hanging around Orison doing laps of the racetrack or.
Yeah, it's definitely performance improved at Orison too. Like for the last couple of patches, it just but we'll see. It's one of those things. Like it changes for me from patch to patch depending on what I'm doing, and I'll even do different places based on PTU or test.
Even even in the even in 317, if you were in Orison and you turn volumetric clouds off, you had no problems. Like seriously, there was literally no issue. You could have 30 people in the stream at that planet, no problem. That's how much of a difference volumetric clouds had. It impacts it.
I don't know. That makes me sorry. I'm just reading what Ulysses said there in chat. Like I appreciate it, Ulysses. He said you guys are great, but I go, why? What makes us so great? We're just regular guys. I don't get it. We're just two guys that just love this game, but whatever. Makes me feel that it's lines like that make me feel weird.
Yeah, it was like I got to say, it was like when I was at the Bar Citizen, and one of the guys says, "Oh, I watch you guys all the you guys all the time. You guys are awesome." And I think, well, what is it that you like about us? Because they made the comment that they liked Space Tomato stuff. They really like Space Tomato stuff, but they can't watch 30 minutes of it. Whereas us, they can sit there and listen to the whole stream. And what is it that makes our channel so listenable? Whereas Space Tomato, you can't cope with it for more than 30 minutes. And it was like, because that blows my mind.
I don't. I maybe I don't handle compliments.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is, but yeah.
I wondered whether it's because a lot of our audience don't actually watch the screen. They don't watch the talking heads. They watch it like a radio show, and we more or less do discuss like two hosts of a radio show. We're interjecting, we're talking, so it's more a conversation as opposed to just a lecture. And I suppose that might be it. So
all right, so both the polls have come in. And on Twitch it's 82%, and it's 55%, but they both say the same thing, which is just draw one until they're gone. So we could do it that way. That's the way they want to do it. You do know the thing that sucks though is if the very first person gets the Fortuna, then it's 3 weeks of suck. So that's the downside. But okay, that's the easiest way to do it.
Although there is that option you said that we could always randomly each week just choose one of the prizes that doesn't actually show, so there's a blank.
Yeah. So what I could do is I could just put a blank piece of paper in there, shuffle them all, and then just drag them out. So there is always a chance that there's a blind, and that way you don't know what's going to happen. That's not a bad idea.
And that might mean it goes even longer than 4 weeks. So. We'll milk it for what we can.
I don't know. I just want to do something different, but yeah.
Like our idea really was to do something rather than just saying, "Oh, we're picking a it's a giveaway. You've won this one." It's just trying to be different, trying to mix it up, make it pleasant and enjoyable.
I'm starting to think Death Factor is trolling us like really hard now because that next question is really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm wondering whether he's trolling us.
Yeah, I think we just skip that question because that is weird.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
that one is.
That's going to a whole nother level, Death Factor. That was just like, it was like, a million. Like it was. All right, next one.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even known how to answer that one either.
Is the question bot up yet? Yes, it is. I can take that
The
question.
bot is now running.
Yep.
Crookwell has a question. Misk Fury or Misk Fiera? Fiera is mentioned in a 2012 short story, Kid Crimson. Kid Crimson. You're reaching into the lore well there.
Fiera.
Crooked Will.
What type of ship is the Fiera? I must admit, it's been a hot minute since I heard about the Fiera. I've kind of forgotten.
Well, it's mentioned in the second story that was ever printed by the law team way back in 2013, way back in 2013. And the thing with a lot of those early stories, they'd mention a ship. So I think, it was a such and such a ship, or a fighter, or a bit like the Tavaran ships in some of the stories we mentioned. And
do you think that I think he's kind of hinting at it a little bit there, Algared? Do you think that they could be the same thing? No,
it's possible. I'd have to go back. I'd have to go back and read that story to see what that ship was. Was the Miss Fiera just the name of his ship, Fiera? Was it the class of a ship? And in a sense, like if the naming of ships in game is based on, or the class of ships is based on the way ships are in the real world, we call a Fletcher frigate or a Nimitz carrier. They get their name from the first ship of that class that is named. So the Dreadnought class was named after the first ship of that class, which was the HMS Dreadnought. So as the Fury is the first of that class of ship, the Fury, was it named the Fury? Was the first, and if so, yeah. But I'd have to go back and read that story to have a look at what Fiera is. Crooked Will. Maybe if you can cut and paste that section that describes the Fiera from the story,
or send us a link to the
send
story.
us a link.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just in the chat.
I'm sure Lemming can allow that. He'll be onto it. Yeah, he's looking for it. He's on it. He's already on it. Real quickly, Algared. We will be doing an episode, as we usually do before each sale, about what we think the upcoming ships are at each sale. But so we'll probably talk a bit more about the Fury, because I don't know about you, Algared. I don't know. Like, we've talked about this a little bit, but where do you think the Fury's coming? Because we know someone's working on it, much like we're pretty sure the Santoki Eye was coming, but now on the roadmap, it's blown out to September. So how does that come at Alien Week? Does that mean they were planning for Alien Week and it just shit? We need more work to do.
It could very well be they were planning it for Alien Week and it didn't pan out because it was something that they needed to do that wasn't working, or because they needed to put the people who were working that may have been needed to work on, say, some other feature that was behind the scenes that was more important. It could have been,
So Crooked Will just posted.
Good one.
Crooked Will just posted, he climbed into a beat-up Miss Fiera, slipping twice on the ladder. There was a detachable cargo hold underneath. Its engine slowly started to rev up. That's interesting. Like, the visual I get there of it's like it's...
It almost gives you a visual of almost
like a data ship. Like, the first one I think of is like the Mustang, with the box underneath.
Yep. Yeah, it's like the Aurora or the Mustang. And that just shows you, like, they were very general in their description, of what the ship class was. I was thinking raft, detachable, same type of idea.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that.
Container underneath,
but smaller.
But smaller.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Yeah, literally. Yeah.
So it's different from
an industrial base, very, very well. The way they describe the ladder, the old ladder, it makes me think like it's really well used and worn, and it's.
You could almost
bit of paint peeling,
being something similar to the Vulture. So I get that idea of climbing into the beat up, or the feel as the description was coming through as of the other Drake starter ship, the cutter.
Yeah. Lemming does say
Um,
a great point about the Sansaki Eye, just real quick. He says, something to keep in mind for Alien Week. We have never had a ship go flight ready at Alien Week. But this is
no,
true. But then again, we've not got a lot of alien ships. That's the other part you got to look at. So
yeah,
it will happen eventually, Lemming. You'll
yeah,
eventually be caught out and called a liar at that point. But yes, I do agree with you.
yeah.
There is
Uh,
no
I think
precedence for that. Yeah.
Lemming's comment is accurate. At this
Yes,
point, we've never had a straight to flyable alien ship
correct.
currently. But that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And it's a bit like, people watch some of our early videos and say, oh, you see you. Oh, yeah, but that was like 4 years ago.
No, I tend to. Sorry, I'm
Um,
agreeing with your last comment too, Lemming. Like, it is. That's how we do a lot of stuff. We look at what they've done, but the thing me and Algared have learned is the only consistent thing that CIG do is inconsistency. Like every time we think, oh, this is what they're going to do, they shift the goalposts every single time.
Yeah.
Like
And
it's like they're testing and trying new things. Like,
yeah,
Mm.
and that's what we do. Everyone does it. They do something, it works, and they try something else because they
yeah,
want to try and improve it. And we don't complain when we do it,
Mm.
or someone else does it, but we complain when CIG do it. And I think sometimes we just
yeah. So that'll be probably coming either. I think it'll probably be next week or the week after. I think, Algared. If I'm trying to think of where that's going to line up, but I don't think it'll be this week. It's just slightly too soon. But yeah, next week would be like the 28th. So it's probably going to be the week after that. So, yeah.
I could certainly see it coming this year.
Yeah.
But
No. I mean the episode that you.
Yeah.
On a different page there slightly. The episode that we're going to do is what I'm talking about. Yeah. So that'll probably be in 2 weeks' time from now. But anyway,
the ships for IAE Invictus. Sorry.
Yeah. That is something I've heard as well, Lemming. So Lemming saying IA is lining up to be huge this year, and I've heard things from people at CIG that they're really going all out this year for CitizenCon, and it's going to be one of the because it's been in COVID for 4 years, so they've got a big stockpile of cash that they didn't kind of spend, apparently. So according to that, they're going to go like really all out. And one of the things I'm noticing now, don't correct me, I'm wrong, like I could be completely wrong here, but I just want to. Just a bit of awareness, they haven't sold any tickets.
Yep.
Does that mean anyone can go? Like they're going to make it that big that just everyone can turn up? Because, yeah.
If they've got to the point where they can do that, then, or they feel they've got the population where they could do that, then maybe they will.
Yeah.
I
do think eventually this will be like hopefully a big convention every year, but I think it won't be that until a couple of years after the game's actually kind of out.
I got a feeling that they want to do that. Like you just look at the way Games Workshop's conventions go, or Comic-Con, and they do have, and even they are ticketed events, but they it's not really there's a limited number of tickets for those events. It's just buy the tickets so you can get in.
Yeah.
And I think that
with what people have told me about LA though at the moment, like you could get people in the lobby that turn up and just start sleeping in there and stuff, because apparently LA's having a real housing problem at the moment. So apparently it's not the best holiday destination. Is a lot of people are like, especially from overseas that I've talked to, are opting to not go this year and they want to go next year because it's more likely going to be in Europe or something like that. So we'll see. But yeah, I know I'm on the fence at the moment, Algared. Like you and I have gone back and forwards on this a few times, but I think we're both kind of on a similar page at the moment where we think next year is going to be the really big one, like it's in the launch of Squadron 42. And that's also based on the leak about Aaron, you know, that Aaron got had a little bit, and basically said it's 2 weeks away, 2 years away. And that puts it at, that literally roughly put it at, whatever the next CitizenCon is. So,
I'm glad you corrected yourself. Otherwise, we'd have been Inforunners said it's only 2 weeks away.
Yeah. So,
Citizen Scott has a question. I wonder if Citizen Scott, that means you came from Elite. If you did, welcome. So how would you like to see CIG incentivize more players to participate in PTU? That's a good question. But when PTU goes live and it's open to everyone, you want as many people in there as you can. So what more can you do to incentivize people to play the new patch than to have it open to everybody? And yet still people wouldn't go in because it's
I think essentially you're describing why there is Evocardi and why there is the PU test universe,
Mm.
because it's when they open it up to everyone. And let's be honest, the day 318 dropped, the people that were complaining were the casual people that don't follow Star
Yeah.
Citizen. I can think of several big streamers that like, oh cool, the patch is out.
Yep.
And the day before that they were playing Elden Ring or some other game,
Yep.
so they don't follow it the way we do. So they're like,
Yep.
what is this horseshit?
Yep.
And they're traditional gamers and they just don't know what to expect.
But the hard thing I found was that PTU, before it went live, was great.
It was.
Everything was perfect. It was running smooth. And people said, oh, they needed to have more people testing it.
But it was that way for about 3 weeks as well. That's the crazy thing. So again, that's front end stuff. So they obviously had issues in the back end that they still were trying to iron out.
But I get frustrated by people saying they needed to have more testers.
Yeah.
How can you get more testers able to go in when it's open to everyone? Like, if your players base won't go in and help you give that quality, that massive testing, so you can really stress test it and see where the errors are going to pop up. If you've got it in PTU and your audience will not come into the PTU, your test area, when it's open to everyone, so you can stress test it. How do you stress test it? The only way you can do it is put it live.
Can someone be kind enough in chat to let Rob Arndt know what's going on? Long story short, Rob, we're kind of delaying it a week because we've had some annoyance issues. We'll just put it that way. We wanted, so someone can tell you, Rob. All right. So apologies, Rob. It's not happening this week. So Rob just asked how can he enter the giveaway. So yeah, apologies, Rob. Next question, if you've got another one, or do you?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I'm quite happy to leave it there in terms of the participation. Well, how would you get people to participate in the PTU? How do you incentivize people?
Little events like the Vandal Mask and shit like that. That always got heaps of people playing. But I would have like a combat one, a mining one, a salvage one. Have multiple little events on at the same time. Even if they're just for a little helmet like that, people will want that shit.
But I suppose I can remember like War Thunder. You had patches for that you could put on your vehicles for being an alpha or a beta tester. So maybe you do that. If you're an alpha tester or a beta tester, you get
they could literally make the same helmet, right? Just a cool helmet, and have 3 different colors, like a red, green, and blue, or something like that. And combat's red, mining is blue, salvage is green, or whatever. You get where I'm going with this, right?
Yep.
And essentially, you do X amount of stuff in each one, and you get that. Get me 500 SCU of salvage, bang. Give 500 SCU of mining, bang.
I can remember for I think there was either War Thunder or World of Tanks or something like that.
Yep.
To get their alpha tester patch, you had to have X number of hours or X number of missions that you'd completed to get those patches.
Long story short, they want us to put in time. They need to put a little bit of time in. And to be honest, like that's low effort. Like yes, it is one helmet with 3 different textures, right? But that's I don't know. That could take. I'd have to sit here and work out the math on how. Like say that takes 2 days to do, right? My point being though is yes, it might take one employee 2 days, but then they're going to get what do they get for those 2 days of work? They get hundreds of hours of testing. So specifically where they want it too. That's the other thing. Like if you tailor it where you want. Like, oh, we need like salvage. They do a helmet for salvage. People will play the shit out of the salvage just to get it. So that's how they focus their with incentives. It's literally what Badgers was saying in that the episode that we did with the comm stuff. You incentivize people to use the in-game comms, and they will use it. You need positive reinforcement.
You need to do stuff to do. But then I know they were doing. They were running. Xeno Threat, and they were running Ninetales, and they were running the dynamic events in the PTU, but still weren't getting the people from everywhere else. The other thing that is a misnomer is the fact that live is not a test server. But it is a test server because it's alpha. So it's a misnomer that we've got Evocardi, the player test universe, and then the live test universe, but live universe, because they're all at the moment, in a sense, test servers.
Probably why
It's
they
just
do free flies when they do as well, to just up the player count, because it brings
mm,
in, like, they know the regular people like us are going to play anyway. So basically, if they do the free fly, it just brings in so much more people and it ups the numbers. So that's
eh,
probably, and the free fly is just something they turn on now.
yeah.
Someone in
Uh,
chat was saying unlock all ships, right? Um, that would get more people, but then again, it kind of steals it from AIE, and I don't know.
Well, if you're
Yeah,
doing it in a PU, like I always thought the PU people did get pretty much all the ships that were flyable.
not always.
Yeah,
No,
they occasionally don't get the brand new ship.
it's hard
That's
for you to tell,
reserved for
Algared.
people.
You own
I know
every ship, so it's hard to
it
tell.
is hard to tell. But I had
Mm,
heard that
mm,
often it's the new ships that are
yeah,
coming out that you only get if you own it, but the
mm,
other ships you have. Um,
yeah,
but yeah, it's one of those. It's
mm,
one of those issues, and I don't think there's an easy answer for it. There are ways you can do to try and incentivize or help people come
mm,
along. But the other thing is, even if you're in live, you're still in a test server.
mm.
It's just
Yeah, no,
different,
that's
a different
100% it.
setup.
The game is not out. It is. They call it an alpha for a reason, and it's a pre-alpha because it's not even a pre-alpha
Yep.
state. Um, they have all that. Like, as I said, gamers don't read though. So they
Yeah.
they have all that going in, but people still like.
They just see live and go, oh, it's
Yeah,
out. Yeah,
yeah,
it's the no. But the live version is still pre-alpha
yeah.
live.
And
It's still, it's in that sense, it's still a test server.
I don't have to do a poll on this because I'm pretty sure most people would agree that here, all the time, that most casual gamers that come along look at this game like an early access. But I think it's before that. There goes my phone. But yeah, I think
Yep.
it's before that. I think this is pre-early access, which is
Yep.
why they call it PTU. But I do think we're at that point now where they need to relook at some of the names. Like, I don't like it PU and PTU. I just want to have it live and test. Because you say that to new people and they've got no idea what you're talking about.
But even the live server is a test server. It's
Mm,
like I said, it's still a pre-alpha test server. So
yeah.
I find the PTU is a misnomer.
Mm.
It gives a false impression of what the live server is.
PU is really a marketing term to say persistent universe because no other game has had that, right? So it's a
Yeah.
marketing thing from my point of view, and it's nomenclature. We just don't kind of need it at this point. You want to, we could do a whole episode on shit that's too complicated in this game for the average gamer. It really could.
Yeah. Well,
It's everything
the game,
from CCUs to and it generally comes back to names of things. They're just really weird, So.
and some of it is ideas that were on the drawing board as they were going, and they've stayed, and then they've tightened it up, and
Yeah.
a bit like landing pads and sizes and etc. It's
Yep.
a massive
Mm.
massive trouble. Anyway, North End Trooper has a question. Do you think IAE will be hosted at Lawville 2.0 this year?
Mm.
Good point.
Algared, I will answer that question, but remind me to tell you what I've just thought of. Right, what's the question again?
Yep.
Sorry. Do you think I will be held at Lawville this year?
At Lawville 2.0, at the new Lawville.
That's a really good idea.
Um,
and I think he might be correct.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
That's my thought, because it's the new layout, it's new expanded. We've seen a couple of ISCs on the new expanded Lawville, and that's having an impact. That almost seems like they were doing on that, and that's had a flow-on effect for outposts and other things.
Yep.
The underground facilities will be tying more into that as well. So yeah,
they're doing redoing an area, so why not just slip in a stadium or whatever in there as well? Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
There is a stadium, because they did have a first IE there. If you remember, didn't they have one there?
No, the first stadium was on ArcCorp. They didn't do one on Hurston. Hurston was just like underground. It was just like an elevator essentially. But so what I'm saying is you kind of go and backtracking and
build a new stadium and an actual location.
Yeah. So rather than it just being these underground bunkers or whatever. But yeah. And you're right though. It all makes a lot more sense. I also think like eventually they'll probably might even have the SATA ball or other sporting events at places like this eventually. So we'll have to wait and see.
Oh yeah. Certainly I can see them that they'd be the types of things that would be going on at base conference centers as well. the starter ball's coming to ArcCorp this year, so it's at the conference centre. So they have those events that are rotating just for the sake of making it
really
nice.
really quick, Bardo Darbo, yes, it did miss your question, but because you didn't put question in your question. It's ironic. It says, is the question bot up yet? Wait, no, we did do Bardo's question. It's up there.
Yeah. And
The question was, with alien races coming, whatever amount of time do you think it will be remake your character and reset to other things that be grinded? Did we answer that one?
No, we didn't. I think we were getting ready to answer it, which is why I give it a tick, and then we got distracted.
All right, we'll do that now. So
No,
read that again.
I apologise for that. So Bardo Dardo had a question. Theirs was, with the alien races coming in, whenever amount of time do you think it'll be to remake your character and reset the rep and other things you have grinded? So
new character.
Yeah,
Totally new.
I think when alien races come in, you create a new character.
Yep. You know, and I almost think it will come in with like what Squadron 42 is to humans. I think it'll come with like a campaign for the Zion, campaign for the Banu. Yeah.
Yeah, but my personal preference or thought has always been that the Tavaran will be the first alien race we get to play, because for the Tavaran you don't need to do a brand new.
It'd be like a mini expansion pack, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be a UEE expansion pack, because they're within the UEE, or for the most part. But there's a
do you know what this is where my brain's going, Aaron, and you can totally correct me here if you think I'm wrong. Do you remember with Half-Life, they made that one where you play as one of the special forces, and I forget the name of it right now, but you basically had Half-Life and he was playing in parallel with Gordon. So imagine one where you're playing as a Tavaran and he's actually helping your character, but you kind of didn't know it when you were doing it. That would be kind of cool, and it could be so like a Tavaran point of view. So they get, you get 3 episodes as a human, and then there's just a singular side episode they do at the end that's a Tavaran one, and it's just all the key points of the camp. It'd be kind of cool, a bit of a homage. Yeah.
The best storyboard campaign that I've come across
sorry, I remember the name. Opposing Forces. I think that's what it's called. But yeah, sorry.
Is Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Yep.
Because you've got 6 character classes. You've got the light and the dark. Every character's story arc intertwines and weaves with all the others.
Yep. They're
all engaging. I think the dark side story for the Sith is probably the best storyline.
Yep.
Who wants
to throw pebbles when you can shoot lightning? That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, but all of the stories intertwine. The soldiers intertwine. The thieves intertwine. All of them are. And there's crossover with all of them. And you could do every story.
There's even crossover between the light and the dark sides as well.
Yeah,
and there's crossover between like the Republic and the Imperial as well. Like you can. That was the really cool thing about it. You could go through, and I would deliberately, play from the other side to just see those intertwining things. It was really cool.
You could do every single story, and the story arc for every character was unique. It wasn't just a cardboard cutout of the same one. It was every story took you to the same place, but the story arc was different and made it interesting. I actually played probably 4 or 5 of the story arcs before I I started looking for another space game, which ended up being Star Citizen. But,
the only thing that was not the best in that game was that you would play to like level 20 and then it split into 2 classes, right? And so I got that into it. I played every class on both sides, but I was a really big thing. I can't remember, was it the Sith Juggernaut and the Sith Marauder? I actually played both of those. So the second time when I played the Marauder, it was all the same quests. But what I did was I deliberately went to the other planet. You know how there's kind of like crossover, if you remember it? So I would go, right, I'm going to go to the planets that I didn't do quests on. So once I got to level 20, which is the same, I just, I was deliberately going to the other ones just to see all the quests that I hadn't done. And that's how I kind of expanded it out and kind of made it less grindy. But yeah.
Yeah, but I also found even doing those, like, I know that because there were so many planets and so many stories arcs, I don't think I finished it. I don't think I ended up going to every planet and doing all the story arcs. And I did 5 or 6 characters all the way up.
I did like 12, 13, so I did do all of them. But yeah,
and I used to, back when they used to do the boxes, the little
Yep.
cubes. I used to run,
Mm,
do runs to help people get them,
mm,
to get to get the little data cubes.
yeah.
Um,
So my
so
my guy, actually, believe it or not, Algared, is where my name comes from. I had 3 characters. One called Jury, which was my light side Republic. I don't know what the opposite of the Juggernaut is, but the other one, I've forgotten the name of it.
yeah,
And then I had another one called Judge, and then which was my Marauder, and then I had Execute, which was my Sith Juggernaut. And all of them, well, the 2 dark side ones, I would play as like a yellow Twi'lek, and as the dark side came in, it made him go fully white with the black tattoos of the.
yeah,
It just looked so evil, and then he had like red glowing eyes, and then I used to put the same
yep.
mask on it from Malik, and he basically so he just had these long ponytails, and so when I jump, those the Twi'lek things would spin, and it just looked mad, and he was like really buff too, like super buff, so it used to freak people out quite a bit.
I loved the scene when you were playing the dark side and you got your you did your love interest with the one character.
Which girl was it? Tell me.
The one like the
Your apprentice? Is that the one you're thinking of? Yeah,
yeah.
I forgot her name. Your apprentice, the one that was actually like a Sith user herself. Is that the one? Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
But she came out when it left the bedroom afterwards. It was she was doing the march, the death march. Dum 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 dum.
Yeah. Well, I tried that too.
Just
so
lots of little Easter eggs and little things they did. It just made you chuckle when you did it. So really enjoyed that. But why did I stop? Why did I stop playing it? Because I was looking for a space game that had a bit more oomph. And
I was
found Star Citizen.
I was the #1 Sith Juggernaut in PvSP in Hutball, and they moved the service from Australia to the United States and just killed it overnight. We were the 6th biggest org in the world, and they killed that overnight too, just because they didn't want to pay for Australian servers essentially, and it just killed it. Like we were able to do stuff, and then they the ping literally
the ping
went up 10 times, and it's just like, yeah, we're done. And we all literally moved on to, I'm trying to think of the game that we moved on to, but yeah, we just moved on to other games because they killed it. All our names, because they made us move from the United States to Australia to begin with, and then they made us move back. All the names we had were gone. They'd all been taken, so I couldn't get executed or anything like that. So they were all just gone, and I'm like, oh, this sucks, and I'm done. And just moved on. Yeah. Anyway, all right, next question.
Next question.
That was way too long. Anyway, that was our KOTOR adventures. Anyway. Kayla Lau, is that what we're up to? Oh, Algared, you've gone quiet on me, bro.
Sorry for that, Bardo Dado. I don't know why I've gone quiet on you. I haven't touched anything.
All right, you're back. It's fine. It's all good. All right, next question when you're ready.
So we're sorry for missing that question for you, Bardo. So KLL has a question. They say about dogfight, the future of dogfight. I've been training really hard, hoping to be able to defend myself in the future in Star Citizen. But people said this will be useless in the future. Yes and no.
Yeah.
Like the flight models are continually changing. The key binds are often changing, but
I do come back to the safety in numbers thing, Algared. That's kind of where my brain goes.
There is safety in numbers, but if you're learning how to fly your ship and you're becoming familiar with your ship,
yeah, that's right.
You will be much better than someone who doesn't have a ship.
Agreed.
So if you're just grinding it and saying, "Oh, I must become better," then that's probably the worst way to do it. But if you're playing as if I want to understand my ship and fly my ship better, then if you're a better pilot, you're going to be a better pilot than someone who doesn't do that. It's just, and if you're a bad pilot and you're doing it all the time, you're certainly going to be more advanced than someone who doesn't. So yes, the game is changing and things are constantly changing and the flight models are constantly changing and will develop. But that's not going to change your skills in terms of being able to fly your ships. And if
Yeah,
you know your ship inside and out, you're going to be much better at it than someone who doesn't. If you know where all the components are,
yeah. I think
if you know, so
I was just going to say, I think the big changes are going to be things like when armor comes in and things like that,
mm.
things that are yet to be added. So,
I think the big thing is if you're flying if you're using a 400i as a solo ship,
mm,
then becoming really good in that aspect is not going to be helpful to you because you're eventually going to need an engineer.
yeah,
And you're going to want someone who knows the inside of that ship back to
mm,
front and inside out, who can
mm,
knows where
mm,
that component is, knows where that component is, knows where that relay is.
yeah.
That's going to be really important for those ships.
But also, as I said, things that are just not in game yet, things still to come. Armor, as you said, engineering, shields, different weapon types. Oh man, Algared, I don't know if you saw that episode. That was what a can of worms that was. To me, Badges and SA did an episode on in June. They got different ammo types coming in. Oh
Yeah,
boy, they're about to change the game quite a bit.
yeah. And I think that's where, and even with that, even with the ammo changing and all the rest of it, that's still not going to change how dogfighting is. Pick your fighter
I,
and become good.
I think you will be surprised because some of
Well,
those ammos are weird, right?
yeah,
They are weird.
but it's still not going to have an impact on they'll have an impact on space battles. But in terms of being able to fly your ship,
I think flying they won't, but I think the actual fights will change significantly. Some of the ammo is like, so there's an ammo that literally will go through shields and then start pulsing EMPs in a small area. That means it's just going to be continually taking your shit out until the ammo runs out of juice. So you get hit with it and just be disabled for like, what's the timer? 10 seconds? 30 seconds? We don't know. How, and again, if you can start to program your ammo, so it's like, oh, well, you can have bigger pulses, but it lasts. So you could just have 2 pulses that only last for 3 seconds, but it does the whole ship.
or you could have pulsar goes at there's a lot of dots.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
but
we basically went through all this stuff and it just became this huge can of worms very, very quickly, to the point that I almost want to sit down now and do another episode on it because it was really interesting. Didn't view too well, but that's often the case though. The episodes you and I get stuff out of don't view so well because we're interested in it, but no one else is.
But I think those episodes are also the ones that they never do well initially, but
Yeah.
when you watch a lot of episodes, you get that massive climb and then it just plateaus out.
Mm.
But then we've got those ones that just have that slow,
Burn.
constant burner, just constantly going up.
Might be a bit too early, like it's
So,
as I said, like June is a couple of months away. But I honestly, gonna be really honest with you, biggest change we'll see this year, in my opinion, to the game will be that ammo type because it's just huge.
To go back to Kayla Lau's question, I can remember when early on when the Hornet was the meta dogfighting ship.
Yep.
Everyone had a Hornet, and yet I can remember there were people who took out Auroras, and they would if they were out in their Aurora, they would own the battlefield. Didn't matter what you had because they were just that good. So if and they were people who just knew what the ship could do. They could, So knowing your ship and knowing how to fly your ship is key to the thing. And I don't think being able to fly your ship is going to ever change. And the more familiar you are with the systems and what's going on in the game, the better you're going to be. And so,
but it's also you can already like we've seen it already because we've talked about it. But I think more and more as you see those new roles come in, people can start to see, oh, you're going to get your niches, you're going to want to work together. They are trying to push you to walking together on those bigger ships. And yet, yes, there might be diminishing returns going to say something capital, but I do think a lot of people are going to sit in the medium large range. I think you'll agree with me on that one.
And I did start to answer that question thinking, of the large ships, but the key thing I had to come back to with Kayla Lau's question was the dogfight, which to me is, the fighters. So the biggest fighter you're going to find is your heavy fighters, But generally, it's going to be your small one-man ships.
It's very
And
much a now question versus release
yeah,
question, isn't it? You know, like
um,
single ships are very much the now. They're the meta right now. A lot of the other ships are balanced around them right now. But I think as the game progresses, there's going to be a fundamental shift towards um, medium large, because I think
yeah,
that will be the sweet spot. And we've talked about this before, even
and
in the way they sell ships out. We've been saying for years they're the last ones they'll sell, and you
yeah,
can go out and look. The only real meat, and there are starting to be exceptions to this now, obviously, but generalistically, that's the first ships we got were generalized medium large ships,
mm,
right? And
and
and now we're starting to see things like the Galaxy come in that is way more
and
diverse.
and I suppose part, it ties in with our mantra, so your fighters,
Yeah.
and that's because in terms of the ship's value in game is minuscule compared to the larger ships. But
Mm.
does that change a role of the dogfighter? No, the dogfighter's still going to have a role and position. But if you're expecting, I've become really good at my ship, but I can go to from
Mm.
microtech and fly to pyro and do everything in pyro. Well, you might find that your single one-man fighter struggles to be able to do that just because of its limitations in terms of what
Mm.
the ship can do.
I think
But
that
knowing your ship and being able to fight other one-man ships and be really good at that, or being able to
mm,
avoid being hit, that's not going to be that's never going to go out of
mm.
favour. But
I think that's the good secret, though. Them being able to take small ships and keep them relevant and match them with larger ships and stuff like that. And um, it's like in real life. If you can get people working together,
mm,
they will always decimate the solo player. And that's how it should be. You work together. You get that teamwork working. Man, I could list off 20 games off the top of my head. Where if you teamwork together, and when you get that teamwork working really, really well, and cohesive, it gives a benefit. And I
yeah,
think that's what they want to do. Like far more than any other game, the way the systems are being developed, they are pushing you more and more to working in a team effort. But like we've said in the past, like with raids and stuff, like in World of Warcraft or like that, that's like a once or twice a week event. I'm almost getting to the point where you could do this every single time you get in. Like
yeah,
almost like a rotating, like around the clock rotating that teamwork thing. Like I can see a fully active Kraken or an Idris or a Javelin, and people coming and going, logging in and out, and it's a whole org that's just 24 hours,
yeah.
like
24 hours of running through the
well-oiled machine.
yep. And I could see that as well. And that org with everyone who knows that role and goes onto that ship and they know their role. And, yeah, I'm an
Mm,
engineer and I know what I'm doing. Those orgs and with those really well-oiled teams of people, they will
mm.
own. But they will also not be every org won't be like that. But yeah. Bug Thing has a question. When are we expected to be able to use alien character models? When CIG decide to get there, but not in the near future, is my understanding. And how do we get into running to win a prize? We'll start it next week, I believe, because of technical issues that we and just
I just unforeseen consequences. Like I didn't
yeah,
think I would hold up this board with colors and they would all be hidden.
yeah,
Things like that. And
uh,
by the way, it also affects the things underneath. And
yeah.
one of them
Uh,
in particular is green, and it is invisible.
and the other thing is that we want to be able to have that screen down all the time, so you can actually
Yeah,
see that behind the scenes. We're not actually changing the.
yeah. There's not like someone
Um,
walking in off camera and they're like, do, 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 do,
yeah.
do, do. We want to be transparent. So yeah,
So
I'll probably order that. Man, I could order that right now. Maybe let's have a look while we're talking. But yeah, go ahead, Algared. Keep going.
yeah, so we want to be able to be transparent, as you said, and
Mm.
we just need another a new webcam for that because
Oh no, the
hitting
600i
Android.
is not being worked on at the moment. Feathers. It is. It's a reconcept. But yeah, it's not on the roadmap. Yep, that was a good response. Shadow Girl was correct. All right, sorry,
Yeah,
Algared, to interrupt you. My bad.
no, that was fine. So yeah, so alien characters when they get them done, I expect that Tavaran will be the that we see, or get to play, but that's. I don't even think CRG staff know that. I know that I think Jake wants Tavaran to be the first as well. I think he's a Tavaran fanboy like me, but he couldn't tell you. So, yeah, if CRG people can't tell you, Bucklers, we're going to be able to tell you. So yeah, Nova, assuming the Liberator is Nova, you know the Liberator is not a carrier, so why say assuming the Liberator is a carrier? It's a transport ship. It's a Kraken, a super carrier. No,
they label it as a carrier, but it's not.
It's a transport.
Yeah, it's a transporter.
Like yes, you can press it into service as a carrier, but it doesn't have the facilities to support the crew. It doesn't. It's got 2 beds. It's got 2 facilities for the Liberator's crew, not for the crew of the ships you're carrying.
You would have to rely on vehicles that you put on that ship to get this life support. So you would have to put something that has beds on it, a vehicle that's got beds and food to be able to actually sustain it. That's the only way I can think it would work. Yeah. And then you're limited to the 2 ships you can post on it and a snub ship, because it's only a very tiny pad up the front.
And you're also then one of the advantages of a carrier is that your small ship's not using its resources or power when it's in the ship, so you're extending its range. If you've got to use the power and resources to support your crew, you're actually reducing the range of that ship.
He's saying to pretend for the hypothetical, please. Yeah, we can pretend, but we're also pointing out the fact that there is a massive glaring oversight with that ship. And let's be honest, Algared, I think we can agree they probably are going to address these issues.
Yeah, they will address those issues. But
we've seen it with every ship. Like
it's the Kraken a super carrier? No, because the Bengal's a super carrier.
Yep.
So
agree. This is the crazy thing. Kraken is listed as a light carrier, as is the Liberator. So they put them in the same class, which is what but that's how Algared is correct in what he just said. The Bengal becomes the heavy carrier because it's the big boy.
And then the original light carrier was the Pegasus, which
would become medium. You reckon?
Well, that'd be our medium. And that did disappear for a while. There's an article in the updated RSI article that they had in the magazine, and the Pegasus wasn't mentioned. And
Nova's backtracking. He's going, this is supposed to be funny, non-serious. You should have asked this to Badges. You would have got roasted. Like, this is Algared being tame. If it had been Badges, you would have beat your head off, because Badges absolutely can't stand the Liberator. But yeah,
I can't stand the Liberator being called a carrier. It's never been a carrier. And the frustrating thing is, so many people say, oh, it's a carrier. And then there are very few channels that I've come across where the commentators have always said it's a transport. And that's basically us and Paul.
I think you'll agree, though, right? This is the less frustrating way to look at it, is they can make changes and fix it and make it an actual carrier, right?
They could put the facilities in that make it be able to support the crew of the ships it's carrying. They could make it so it can do more than hand repair and hand refuel, which in the Q&A they said that's all it can do.
I think the big one for me, though, is the vehicle. And this is not a carrier-specific thing, but I don't like the fact that it does vehicles and planes or ships, however you want to call them, right? For me, I even said it to Badges, and I think I said it to you too. Wouldn't it be really cool if they somehow rotated, like a those old food we used to go to get food in the 50s and stuff, and they used to have those kind of merry-go-round types. Yeah, so I want something like that where it spins, and you can basically have 2 at the top, and they take off, and then it spins, and then 2 more take off. And it'd be cool if there was like 6 pads and they rotate and like have 2 variants. So you can have one that's for vehicles that uses the ramp, and then one that's for ships that just takes off. That's how I would have it. And then maybe the Liberator we've got right now is the combo hybrid version. So for everyone that wants to use a transporter, so it could be like the Liberator T, and then you could have like a Liberator S and a Liberator V or something like, I don't know, I'm just making up names here, right? But you can see very quickly, if they made it like that, it appeals to way more people.
I look at that and I go, that's too many moving parts. Now I know CIG and Chris loves having moving parts on a ship,
Mm.
but to me that sounds like that. I could see if you pitched that to John Crew, I could see him rolling his eyes and going, "No."
It's really just an animation. It's not that complicated. And in some variants, like say the ship variant, you wouldn't need a ramp. You just wouldn't need one because you don't need to have the vehicles come off and on. Right?
You say it's an animation, but it's still they've got to try and make it so everything's in the ship that's working. So if you've got
so
rotating,
it's just as complicated as getting the doors to open and close on ships, Algared. That's the same thing. It's an animation. Right, so you know how you like think about the Hercules, how bad that was when it first came in. Do you remember those animation issues with the front and back door? Same problem. You know, it's just getting it to work, and once it works, you're fine.
And I imagine it's similar to the problem. I imagine it would give some of the problems it would give is similar to the caterpillars.
You would have a bespoke system, as in you have your pads, like say they're numbered 1 to 5. You would have to build a bespoke program system to select which is the one that is. So say there's a button terminal upstairs near where the crew come out. They press 1 and then it'll rotate around a big pad 1 to in front of them. So you know that you need to have rails that come up to block them while it's animating and stuff like that. But that's similar to the elevator system. That is what that is, isn't it? You press a button and the elevator moves. Algared, your camera's dropped. We've got an error 70.
I see that. I've never seen that before. Let's have a look.
Reinstall the battery. Sounds like your dummy battery's dropped.
Sounds like the dummy battery has died. Let's have a look.
We might get a behind the scenes at Algared's house as he turns the camera on. We'll see. All right. I'll do the next question, Algared, while you do that. New star map with this is from Feathers. He says, question: new star map before or with pyro? I know Daily Noob's in chat as well, and he would agree with me. It's the same thing. And the other person I've heard say this is also Space Tomato. If it's the only thing we get this year, I would be happy. Is the new star map. It is probably one of the single biggest quality of life improvements that we'll see this year. Algared, I don't know about you, but
okay, very jumpy there, isn't it?
Yep, it's smoothing out now. You're all good. So yeah, what about the star map, Algared? Are you happy to say about that? You happy to see that this year? So the question again was new star map before or with pyro?
As in the star map that works on the ships?
No, as in the one in game that we have at the moment. So he's saying, does the update come with pyro, or before or after? Essentially,
I think when it's ready.
Yeah.
Like I think I don't think the new star map in terms of when you're trying to do your nav jumps and all the rest of it necessarily needs to my knowledge, I can't see it needing, the server meshing. Or...
Yeah, it really doesn't affect it as you're suggesting, because you can bring it in beforehand and it's simpler, smaller. It's just Stanton and it updates Stanton. But then obviously the star map we have right now doesn't work with pyro
or anything to get that working right. So so if pyro comes, yes. But I don't think it needs to be pyro to work if they get it going. If it makes Stanton's work better, I could see them putting it in, and it could be one of those things where star map comes in and we get all those run-on effects of it's improved frame rate because a bit like Vulcan did or whatever, So. As they make those changes, and sometimes there's those unforeseen positives that we weren't expecting. So,
someone just said, "Algared, what was it? Joey Nova just said you 30k'd."
Yeah, I was basically 30k'd. I don't know what happened. I'm not like the camera did freeze. I had to turn it off and on, and and then bang, back. So that was weird.
All right. Ace Hambone says, will private security be consistent throughout Stanton or vary within the system? I would say it would vary, just based on Crusader and Hurston security, just on those two alone.
Well, you just look at the different securities. You look at Crusader security. To my memory, even look at the style of them. Crusader security are dressed in lighter armor. They look more like your friendly cop. Whereas Hurston security is like heavy armored infantry. And then you look at even how Dave Haddock described Crusader as they're lovely in, they've got these nice ideas and they are touchy and feely, but they've got no sense how to govern.
Do you know what I want? I want to go behind closed doors and it's just like they're slaughtering people or something. Do you know what I mean? Like it's all sunshines and rainbows, and then you look behind the curtain and it's horrific.
Yeah, well,
that could be interesting.
I'd be horrified if they did that to Crusader, because to me that'd be the last bastardization of what was my favorite company.
Or maybe the new person coming in is doing that, Algared. So it was that way, and she's making it more like something else. So
I could see Microtech being like that, because we don't know anything about Microtech really. Like, well, there probably is a lot out there.
Aren't they basically modern hippies? That's kind of my take on them. But
they're kind of, everything's nice, but they're the cultists. We know what they're like. Here, drink our Kool-Aid.
They're tech cultists. Okay.
Right. So yeah, I'd love to see Crusader still be seen more as that humanitarian company where most of their profits still go to. A lot of their profits still do go to supporting humanitarian efforts, and which always makes me scratch my head when the humanitarian company is mass producing these weapons that are used against the people they're actually supporting and helping. It to me, it's incongruous. It just doesn't make sense. But hey, it's not my game.
I don't know. It's kind of cool though. I think that's a thing about lore and stories in general. It actually gives you those I don't know the word, but those thought experiments. There is, what do they call that? Man, there's a word, and it starts. I'm pretty sure it starts with P.
Yeah.
People actually actual people go to university and they study this, and I've just totally forgot the word.
Politics?
No, not politics. It's the word for thought. Where you play scenario.
Psychiatry.
No, not psychiatry.
Psychiatry.
It's someone will say it in like the God, I can't. Oh, it's killing. I'm killing myself. I can't think of the word. I'm sure someone will say it in a minute. We'll come back to it, but don't worry about it. But yeah, long story short, that it allows us to play those out in story form, and those that are kind of not into that so much, they can look into it. No, there's a word. It's not psychology. It's damn it. I'll look it up. But yeah.
Yeah. Philosophy.
Anyway. Philosophy, that's the word. That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, that's it.
I was thinking it ties in with all those ethical issues. Like,
yes, that's the word I was looking for.
People really go against Hurstons, and Hurstons are environmental bastards. They have totally wrecked their planet.
You can see that, can't you? With philosophy, it gives you those thought experiments. You can always see just within Stanton where they're going. Roll that into Pyro. Roll that out across the entire universe. You can test so many different things, and people will go, I started here, but I really don't like what they do, so I've got to move on. I actually do think there will be, if they do it right, there will be an emotional tie to this game. You know what I mean?
And like I find that the negative that people say about the Hurstons, they are not very nice. They are environmental bandits in terms of their planet. They have strip mined it. They are ripping everything they can out as quickly as they can because they're trying to make, I don't know whether it's they're trying to recoup their money because they went in too deep when they were buying the planet or whatever. And yet there's another sense where they're there permanently. They've built their structures to be there permanently. And so you got this two sides of this planet, and it's,
you could see it turn around though, Algared. They could make it a little bit like Earth. We're starting to see that the way that we've done things over the last 100 or 200 years is starting to have consequences, and we're all starting to turn it around. What if that happened in Hurston? Art echoing real life and stuff.
Old man Al is pushing for better.
Clean up a Hurston Day. Australia. Clean up Australia Day.
Yeah, old man Hurston is pushing for clean up Hurston. Looking at it in terms of a future of a breadbasket, but
they so need to get you to make in-game ads, Algared, down the line. I reckon it'd be fun. Come down to Hurston's BBQ and we'll chuck a snag on the bargie for you, and help out an orphan day, buy a snag and save an orphan or something like that. It'd just be real funny, like a completely Aussie Old Man Hurston. I reckon that'd be really
Yeah,
funny.
yep.
Yeah.
Or chuck an Uwu on the Barbie or something like that for
Oh,
him. Yeah.
okay. Well, don't mess with Algared. Jesus, he'll burn her alive. Right. Okay. Woof. Right. That was all right. Let's move on before we get cancelled. Right.
Yeah. Benjamin Hanna says, what percentage of your fleets are flight ready? I've noticed on the forum a move towards fleets being mostly flight ready ships. Have you noticed this?
I think that's just in
No.
general. More ships are getting completed.
Yep.
Man, I would say again, we looked at how they're going to do things, and we often talk about things like this. It was clear to me that a lot of the bigger ships were going to be done at the back end because little things that we've talked about before, like it allows you to build out the art pool. What's the word for that? The art. Oh god, man, I'm having a brain fart. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The
A pool of artists available.
That's art assets. You know, so
Yeah.
you can do multiple big ones at the same time, and you can do it fairly quickly. Where a single ship, because there's not a lot of interior, is a lot more bespoke because it is really just the outside. You know, so that makes it highly bespoke. Where you know you've just got the outside, but half the ship is the inside, which is similar. Yeah.
And there's also comments from John Crew. You know, would you like us to rework this ship or get a new ship out? And getting a small fighter, it's often a lot quicker, which is why we have a plethora of those fighters. And the bigger ships, then, because they've got the art assets already there for the smaller ships, going up to the next size is a bit easier because you've got a lot. And so, yeah, 100% like you just said. And Hawkeye, thank you for that $10 super chat. And he says, I have a Redeemer. But with a recent change of a 600i, I'm leaning into upgrading it. I have a Perseus for large and medium combat. I will wait for the changes, but would like some opinions. So 600i over a Redeemer.
So for me, there are two really big combat ships that I'm a big fan of. The Redeemer is one of them. The other one is the Polaris. I think they really punch up above their weight. Like, to give an example, we don't really have the Perseus yet, but the Perseus appears to punch like sideways or down, and the Hammerhead punches down, right? So I prefer ships that punch up, because if they punch up, they also punch down in most cases as well.
Yeah.
But it's overkill. Like, for example, one of the Polaris torpedoes is massively overkill to, say, take out an Avenger, you know, but it can do it.
I question whether the big guns with a slower rate of fire and slower tracking will be as good at dealing with, say, fighters or the faster ships, where something like the Hammerhead with its...
So wish you'd been there for the ammo episode, Algared. There's actually flak ammo.
Yep, I do know the flak ammo's coming.
So if you shot, like, if you had flak ammo in a Perseus, you just shoot it at the fighter, and as long as it goes past the fighter, it's going to detonate as soon as it's around them, and there goes the fighter. It's gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
But again, it's still... There are still limitations to...
Oh, of course.
To that, and
any good game will have those limitations. So yeah.
You know, so yeah. But in terms of whether you go for a Redeemer or 600i, I think it's what you're planning to do. Like,
I'm gonna be honest, if you've got the money and Warbond CCUs, do both.
Yeah, because they're not the same ship. They're not the same role. One is more keyed to combat, and the other's more keyed to doing cargo or something.
Yeah. So knowing that you're going for the 600i, and knowing what's that, 480 for the top one and 435 from the bottom one, I'd talk to Lemming. Is someone that I would talk to at the moment, just because we don't have time to do it right now. But Lemming, if you've got time, Lemming's gone, so no, you can't talk to him. I just realized, but he would be someone to look at it, because we can't. Maybe get in contact with me and Algared later. We can go through it with you. But my brain I don't know if you'd quite save $200, and so I can see where you're going, because he's essentially looking at putting down what $110 to get to the bottom 600i. So I see where he's coming from, but yeah, as you said, they're two different ships,
two different roles. So if you're into combat, would you be, and if you're specifically looking for a large, for a combat ship, I would still say, even knowing what they're doing with the 600i, Redeemer is a better combat ship.
Agreed. And then
Uh,
you get into the 600i. It's it's touring. It's got a bit of exploration. It's like comparing a medical ship to like a science ship, or
yeah,
like they're at odds with each other. And like I know I'm not a big fan of Origin, but I can still look at a ship for what it is, and they're just completely different.
but
Um,
and
so
and
yeah.
the exterior lines of a 600i it's a gorgeous ship. It is a nice looking ship.
Oh, I
It is
have the
not,
solution. I just figured the solution. Go straight to the Polaris. Boom, done.
yeah,
Problem solved.
yeah,
And
yeah,
we've seen Polarises for as cheap as $450. So if you can get some Warbond CCUs, you might be able. Well, you've already got a Redeemer though, so that I don't know how much you got
yeah.
your Redeemer
Well, he's
for.
got a Redeemer, and
Mm,
he's looking at do I do?
mm,
I'm hearing him say I've got a Redeemer, I've got a Perseus.
mm,
600i rework interests me. Do I upgrade my Redeemer to a Perseus, to a
mm.
600i? Um,
Again,
and
get some CCUs
and
to it. Lock in that cheaper price. Wait and see when it comes out.
yep,
Like
and
I can tell you myself as an example. I was really interested in the Corsair. Corsair came out. Now I've tested and flown it. It's halfway
yeah,
between a
yeah,
Connie and a Redeemer, and I just kind of went, I don't really need it. I love the look of it. I love the way it
yep.
acts and it flies and all that stuff, but I just don't need it because I've got the Connie and I've got the Corsair.
And you weren't
Oh,
liking
the
the way
Redeemer.
it did. You weren't liking the way it flew versus Redeemer. So
I think that'll change eventually. Like I can look past that and go, that's something they can fix down the line, and I think they will. But really, at the end of the day, you know me, I cut things out. Like I'm like,
yeah,
I don't know about that, but so I'll put that off to the side. But it really came down to I have a Connie, I have a Redeemer. They are different enough to each other, but this thing's sitting right in the middle, and it's just not different enough.
yeah.
And I just went, I'll earn one in game.
I think there are also elements like I think they'll modify the flight a little bit, but I don't think it's going to become that drastic. Like all the law documents continually said
Mhm.
it flies worse than a Connie.
Agreed. But I think you'll find
So
that it'll like in some cases you'll get benefits. So I think because it's got
yeah,
these giant, massive wings, it's probably highly fuel efficient in
it,
atmosphere.
it's probably better in atmosphere
Mm.
than using the vertical fans that the Connie uses.
Yep.
How they work in in a place that has very little atmosphere is beyond me. But
I think that's a thing we're yet to see as well. Like how do like you said, the Corsair or the Connie with the fan system, how does that work in a really thin atmosphere? Does it
yeah,
not work? Like, are they literally like, the other thing I start to look at is quality too. Like um, you take a Drake ship into a certain atmosphere and it's really toxic because they break down more,
yeah,
often. Are they going to
be-
break down heaps more because of the toxicity? So you can't take them there for more than
yeah,
10 minutes.
because they have traditionally been poor on armor.
Hmm.
Like everything, always. I know
Yeah.
people with the Drake fans will come out. Oh, the Drake has armor. No, Drake have always been said to have paper thin armor.
Um,
Every time you read a document, that's what I say. It's not
so
saying they don't have armor. It's just
they
saying
they did kind of come out a couple of years ago,
yeah,
and I'm talking like 5 years ago, and they did qualify this. So what they said was essentially it's got 10% less armor, but it gets 10% more firepower. And
yeah,
that does line up with you
yeah,
can look at things like the Buccaneer and the Corsair like
you,
that. And if you look at that from a design perspective, the reason they're doing that is because it's essentially the pirate manufacturer.
yeah,
If you've got more guns but less armor, it pushes you towards being the
yeah,
aggressor.
yep, 100%. It makes you be more aggressive rather than sit back and make
Mm,
them come to you because you've got your defensive systems. But everything is always said. Like even if you look at the design documents for the Corsair, which are even more recent
mm,
than that, it has one of the lines paper thin armor. It has less
mhm,
armor than its contemporaries, but it has higher firepower, which
mm.
lines up perfectly with what you just said as well. But
Yep.
it's not saying they have no armor. It was never ever saying they have
Yep.
no armor when it said
Mm,
paper thin. It was saying they
mm,
have less armor for its class. So a
yep.
Kraken has less armor than an Idris, but it's still going to have significantly better armor than than the best
Mm,
fighter because it's such a bigger ship, and
mm.
yada yada yada.
But
You know what?
but it also no. Well, again, there's so many things that came out of that episode with badges and essay. Like that's another thing because like once we start getting into ballistics, right? Essentially, right now you've got distortions and lasers and attritions. There's not a lot of variety with the lasers, right? But with ballistics, every ammo type changes the way how a gun works,
Yeah.
and they are. It's just so going to
And
change the game. I just like rather than talking about it all again, I suggest that you watch it because I guarantee after you watch it, you and I are going to have a big discussion because I can just tell the way your brain works, knowing you all these years, you're going to have things that to put into that we didn't even think of. I can put it this way: 28 minutes in, we hadn't even got past the first ammo type, and the episode went for an hour. Yeah,
ammo
it was
types
that big.
we're always
Yeah.
going to have that
Mm.
that impact. But
Yeah.
yeah.
But
Anyway,
Mm.
So Ben Hannah, did we? So what percentage of my fleet is flight ready? I don't know.
Yeah,
Lots.
like it tends to be like Algared and I tend to have a bit like Algared's got a bit of everything. I tend to have a bit more bigger ships, so there's a lot of big ships just not done. So
Yeah.
I would say that I've got a lot of loaners. It would be my response to that. And Algared's probably in a similar book, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't really, it never bothers me. A new ship comes out, I go and
No,
fly.
I've always got something to fly. Yeah.
I've got someone to fly. It's just whatever tickles my fancy. But I know that if I'm looking for a particular ship,
Mm.
I wish there was a better search engine. I wish that you could click in and say, I want RSI ships,
Yeah.
and click a button, and it just pulls up the RSI ships instead of everything. It just,
Yeah.
I know most people it doesn't matter, but when you've got lots of ships, scrolling through the list is a nightmare.
I need like some slow violin music every time you mention this problem that you have that no one else would ever have.
No, I've actually come across people who had the same problem.
I'm sure there are, but that is a very small percentage of people. I remember you used to tell me you'd go up to the ASOC terminal, and before you could get to the bottom of the list, it would time out.
It would reset. If I didn't race down to where halfway down the list or whatever, if I went slowly and it'd time out before I got to the bottom.
Yeah.
Yep. It's one of the reasons I bought a PT, a little buggy originally, so I could get to the end of my hangar in 5 minutes instead of or instead of 2 minutes instead of 10. But yeah. Vancell has a question. They said, aside from NPCs, we are expected to get as crew on our ships. Do you anticipate we'll be able to hire security in the form of NPC wingman for expeditions? Yes. I believe that was always an idea. But you could have up to 2 wingmen, I think, was one of the things I heard at some point.
I can't see why you couldn't, especially on bigger ships. You know, you can hire NPCs for different roles. Security is no different from any other role.
Yep.
It's essentially just hiring a mercenary,
Yep. So hiring a pilot and a ship to be an NPC wingman, I don't see why you couldn't do that. I'm pretty certain they talked about it in the past, and it's no different from what you'll be doing in with your wingmen in Squadron 42. So
yeah,
everything says yes, yes, yes. How soon we'll get that? That's a different question. And yeah, who knows? And yeah, I think it'd be time limited. You'd employ them for this trip, and then they'd fly their merry way, or and they're probably, depending on how good they are, will depend on how much you pay. So, which will be a great credit sink. Nova 42. Will we see a lot more repeat CCUs to prevent super good chains like the $95 Carrack?
I think it's been a bit of mix of each so far, Algared. We've seen some ones repeat, we've seen ones change, and we've seen completely new ones.
But to get that $95 Carrack, in fairness, that was built up over several years of working on CCUs and I think the key one was when we did what did we do? When we CCU'd up the ship live?
Oh, the what was that ship? Jesus.
The Scorpius.
Yeah, that's what it was. Scorpius. Yeah.
So when we did the Scorpius live, using the CCUs that were available at the sale, that was probably a more realistic what discount you can get at a particular sale.
Yeah. because
But
most people are not going to do what some people we know have done, and like taken 2 years and put all the different sale ones
yeah,
together, but then they work out with like $95 carracks.
and
That's what
if you're
Algared
willing to
said.
take,
Yeah.
and if you're willing to take the time, 2 or 3 years of going through each sale, buying this, and literally have a spreadsheet and have the
Mhm.
CCUs marked
Yeah.
out and
But you're also going to
working
have
your chain.
you're going to have leftover parts too, aren't you?
You
You're
do
going
it,
to go,
yeah,
oh, here's a few discarded CCUs, but yes, you can push them into something else if you're doing heaps. But then you might have to just melt them all off and turn them back into credit. So
yeah,
there's tit for tat there.
yeah. So you might be able to get a $95 carrot, but how much credit's left over? Or you just do it in a single sale, and so you will get discounts in the sale, but to get those really, really big ones, you've got to do it over 2 or 3 years. And
Mm.
so yeah, so yeah, I think that answered that question.
Yeah.
Death factor: are you drawing those people with or without clothes? Again,
What?
I think he's referring to drawing people for the contest. And again,
Oh, right. Click. Yep. Okay. Got us.
and he's
We're
just,
slow. Yep. You got
yeah,
us.
but I think they're big with clothes, but yeah. The E1, Mr. E00 or EU,
Mm.
best uses for 400i. Well,
Yeah.
it is an explorer ship. It'll be good for, given it's got those climate controlled storage centers, it'll be great for doing any of those types of missions when they come.
Anything for plants, drugs. Do you know what like after I found out about that room, Algared, my brain, do you remember the documentaries they used to show of those really high, fast, deluxe speedboats that used to go between Colombia and the
Yep.
United States? That's what I thought of.
Yep.
It seemed like
A
one of
drug runner.
those. Yeah, a drug
Drug
runner.
runner.
Yeah, really
Well, but
high, fast,
even
highly defensive.
medical transport for those perishables. The organ transport ship vehicles. You've
Mm,
got to be there in 24 hours type thing. And it's got to be refrigerated. But anything that has a refrigerator has got to be helpful for any of that type of transport. And
mm,
400i is ideal for that. The only ship I know that's got a sizable room for a ship that size.
mm.
Jack the Nomad O'Neill. With a name, The Nomad, you have condemned yourself to hell. His question is, who took my 400i? And I can see where those two questions are coming from, because it is the the 400i is the Not-A-Tuna. So we'll be working on that in the next. We'll do it next week.
I do apologize for that.
We do.
It just
It
didn't work
just
out.
wasn't working, and the way we want to do it, we didn't want Execute to have to hold that sign up the whole episode, because he would get dead arm.
Yep.
And
I'm probably going to redo this window because it looks weird. These ones look like windows. This doesn't look like a window.
That one looks like an arch.
This one looks like a stop. Oh yeah, that is one of the windows, isn't it? The arch window.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'll redo that to an arch. That's a good idea. The triangle one is not a real window either. It was just a square circle in the arch in Play School. If you're Australian, you know what I'm talking about. But anyone else will be like, what you guys?
And yes, it was a children's show. But,
yeah.
Oh, the double entendres they had in that show.
Yeah, like as an adult, you could sit there and just laugh your ass off. It was hilarious.
They had so many double entendres in there all the time.
Yeah.
Jemima was not that good.
Yeah, yeah.
Even naughty boy.
Yeah.
That was Big Ted.
Yeah. It was pretty funny.
But yes.
And the Aussies will know what we're talking about. Anyone else will be just like, what drugs are these guys on again? Yeah.
Yep. Weed.
Oh.
Dylan and the Flower Pot Man.
This is the cat that never turns up. Look.
Oh, there you go. Hello, Putty.
It's always his sister that turns up anyway. Next question.
The next question is for Geek. Why do you buy so many ships? I'm not judging or anything. I'm just curious.
I don't think you buy too many anymore, though, do you? You've kind of slowed down considerably. I've had an influence on you in that way.
No, well, I've still bought all the ships that have come out.
Yeah, but you shift them around now rather than new cash. You move things around.
I try to limit the new cash I put in, but and that's not because I don't want the ships. It's just because I look and go, there's an app there's one of the apps you can put that actually shows you how much you've spent.
Mm.
And I got that, and I was,
I could have actually brought myself a new Woo Girl. Anyway.
yeah, I could have bought myself a new Woo Girl. But then I've got to look at it like someone was saying, "Oh, how much have you spent on day per average?"
Mm.
You know, and it was a Twitch chat thing. One of the guys had done on average, how much have you spent per day? And I was thinking, oh, you know, and their top end was $25, and I thought, oh, I'm going to be up that rand, but I actually wasn't in their top bracket.
Yeah, because you've been in for a long time though too. That's the other thing,
You
and
know,
I think it'd be the same thing with me. If I did mine over time, it's not a lot. Like it really isn't. You know, and you look at most people that do gaming and stuff like that. Like most people can say they safely, right, put in probably close to $50 a month or something like that, and it works out less than that. You know.
yeah, well, I'm still on average higher than that. Like, but
Yeah.
but yeah, it's certainly not as much as I was thinking. But why do I buy so many ships? Well, several reasons. One, I've done games where I've been grinding before. Every MMO I've done, Lord of the Rings, I did the beta testing for Lord of the Rings and ground up to basically did the testing of the way they want us to do it, and then ground up 15 characters or whatever it was up to the max level, and then did the Star Wars Old Republic and did the same with those characters, did Star Trek Online, did even ground up vehicles and levels in War Thunder and World of Warships and those games.
Yeah.
I've done that. I don't want to grind anymore. Like, I want to be able to take out a ship I want to take out. So that one reason. The second reason is why I was buying so many ships initially was to support the game. So when I started, it was almost every time that he who should not be named, aliasly known as a hack of a game developer.
Yeah, he did piss a lot of people off. I actually reckon he did push a lot of people to back this game, actually, believe it or not. He did a lot of help at the end of the day, believe it or not.
Whenever he, and I've actually forgotten his name at the moment.
Derek
which
Smart.
Is a good thing. Thank you. He whenever he'd come out and say, "Oh, they're going broke," I'd go, you know, because I started to hate what he was saying and and his whole attitude. I'd go and say, "Oh, I like that ship. Yeah, I'm going to stuff you, Derek Smart," you know. And
the best part of everything though was when Chris Roberts finally stood up and said something. I didn't really hear anything from him ever again.
No,
like he just shut it, like he just bitch slapped him into the ground, like gone. It was great. It brought a big smile to my face that day. I don't know if it was for you, but yeah.
I had a look at his game, his new game that he was putting out. It was atrocious.
Yeah.
But what really struck me is he was best known for a game called Battle Cruiser 2000 or something like that, or 20,000. And I had no idea he'd made that game. But years ago, I had acquired that game and tried to play it. And it was a buggy mess. Nothing worked. It was an absolute atrocious piece of shit. It was worst game I've ever come across, ever. And I didn't know he made it. And it was only one day I was watching a stream where he was doing things, and he had this, and I was like, oh yeah, because someone had pointed it out, and I wanted to see what other people were saying. And he was making these claims about how Star Citizen couldn't do X and my games could do this. And he had this shirt, you know, advertising his game that he was best known for. And I went, no, that's it.
I think that is really clear now in hindsight. You look back, it was just all jealousy. He was like, why is this person getting all this help and why am I not? And that's why, because shit's quality and yourself is garbage.
And so I hope that was an answer to the question. It was kind of, I want to support the game. It was, I knew Chris Roberts' games from Wing Commander and you know, Freelancer. So I knew that he would push the envelope. I knew that he would try and do as much as he could with what was available. And I wanted him to do that.
Yeah.
And so I backed the game because I knew that, you know, we take for granted that our motherboards have integrated sound cards now.
Mm.
I can remember that Wing Commander was a game that actually forced people to actually buy Sound Blaster sound cards to go onto their motherboards, because it was the first game where you actually had proper video as cutscenes, and it was the first game where you had proper sound. So you didn't want to have 8-bit sound anymore. You wanted quality sound so you could hear it. That game changed the way our computers are built today. It changed what happens on our motherboards. You don't buy a Sound Blaster sound card anymore. It's integrated. That was what Chris Roberts' games brought to the industry. I knew his game would do that. I knew it was going to take a long time. Right, when I signed up, I knew it was going to take a long time. I knew it was going to be hard yards, and I knew we'd push the envelope as far as he could. So support for that was it. Anyway.
All right, I'll read that super chat, Algared. So I got another super chat from Hawkeye, which seems to be a follow-up to his last one. It says, I have CCUs. These aren't my only ships. Combat is my third career. I like the 600i for bunker missions with the ability to have a Tonk armory. Now, I'm going bunker missions, Redeemer. 100% a Redeemer over the 600i in my book, but I'll let you...
I can see the 600i with the armory room. I can see the 600i because it gives you the choice of, I need to wear heavy armor now. I need to. Right, so it gives you that. I can see the 600i for being able to take the vehicles with you. The big advantage for that is the cargo space to be able to take all the loot.
Yep.
So if you're into it for that type of reason, yeah.
That said, though, this is another question there that I was going to say, because I thought you were going to say this, and you kind of... We don't have the modules yet for the Redeemer.
Yeah.
So there's a massive question mark there. Because if they put something in where you can carry a small vehicle in the Redeemer, and highly likely one of those modules for the Redeemer is a cargo module, we know the other one is a bigger drop seat so you can carry more troops.
Yep.
So when you... I don't know, I just think the Redeemer is a stronger choice because it's a bit more modular towards the bunkers. Specifically, because he mentions bunkers there, right?
Yeah.
But the other thing that you're being very narrow on here, Hawkeye, is you've only picked bunkers. What about a ship that does bunkers and other stuff combat-wise, right? I don't think the 600i is a combat ship. It's a defensive ship. Like all of Origins, their theme seems to be high-quality components and highly defensive, or easily... They're flying space rooms, are they not?
And that's...
Yeah, safe. I said space rooms. I meant to say safe rooms. Sorry, but yeah. It's
why the the 890's got a combat bridge. It's the only ship with a combat bridge.
Yeah,
it's basically a safe room where you can still control the ship. Admittedly, it's very easy to get to from the hangar, but hey.
Well, that's how you can escape.
Yeah.
You know, they get on board. All right, it's time to get the hell out of Dodge. You know, that type of thing.
But yeah, so
I think when now he says the bunker stuff, I'm very hard pressed to get behind the The other thing is at the moment, right? If you look at it at the moment, you can't take Tonks into bunkers. Down the road, you probably will, but again, they'll probably have different size bunkers. So then again, you know, a Tonk is only good for the bigger size bunkers. So quite honestly, the best vehicle is the smallest one because it will fit on more ships, and it will go into more bunkers. You know, because once you get inside. Do you really want to be in a tank inside, or do you want to be where they all see you coming, or do you want to be stealthy?
It's like where are tanks not good? Tanks are not good in urban warfare.
Yeah.
Because they're not designed for it.
Yeah.
You put them into urban warfare and they get ripped apart by infantry.
This is the question I'd probably pose to SA or Badgers if they were here, you know, that they could probably answer that a little bit more better than you and I could. But yeah, from what you've just said there, specifically tailored at bunkers, I think the Redeemer is a clear winner there. And that's not knowing the modularity. And
I think I'd have to back that up because and agree with you, because the Origin ship is not a combat ship. Ideally, you know, if you're looking at for the versatility that it can give you for bunker missions and other stuff, yeah. But if you're looking at specifically as a combat ship, 600i drops, I think.
And I think
Um,
mentioning what he mentioned, I would be far more likely to say get an M2. You know, if
Yeah.
you want that drop-off ship that can drop off some vehicles and stuff, that's the
Mm.
M2. It's not a 600i. But if you want the
And
600i, you do you, mate. But that's just our opinion, as always. So, you know,
yeah, at the end of the day, you get the ships you like and
that's
you
it.
want to fly. And if you can't get everything,
Mm.
then you've sometimes got to make tough choices. Sounds like it's one of those.
Mm.
Why not both?
Yeah, if you've got multiple ships, you know, we
Um,
generally only recommend one ship, don't we, Algared? But if you've already got multiple ships, yeah,
if
you
you've
know,
already got multiple ships and you're really tossing
yeah,
up between them, then
best of
why
both,
not both?
best of both
Um,
worlds. Yeah,
that's the other reason I've got lots. There was some to go back to the geeks
because
question.
you're a choosy motherfucker. That's why.
Yeah, well, sometimes a ship would come out and like the cat, the
Mm,
cat's coming. It's supposed to have modules.
mm.
Another ship comes out.
Oh, we lost you again. This is really weird. Normally we lose your video, but today I haven't been losing your video. I've been losing your audio, which is really weird. But are you back? No, you're not back. Okay.
I don't know. Am I?
Oh, now you're back. Now you're back. Go ahead. This is really weird.
Yeah.
Normally it's the opposite. I lose your video, but I haven't lost your video at all today. I've lost your audio.
We've lost the video once where it was got that weird 30k error.
Yep.
Type thing.
That was your camera, not the the connection.
Not the stream itself. So one of the things I'd do is I'd want to hold on to that ship because if I sell the ship or I get rid of a ship or I upgrade that ship to something else to get that ship I want, then I can't. You know, if I decide, I want it back. You know, so part of me was that type of aspect as well. I didn't know whether ships were worth keeping or not.
I have to ask Sandgraber's question. Well, it wasn't a question; it was more of a statement. He says, "Will the cat carry the cat girls for Algared?"
If they allow the dancing poles, which we did see at an IAE, to be on it.
Yeah, look for the Cutlass purple with Old Man Hurston on the side. Yeah, no, not the Cutlass. Sorry, the caterpillar purple. My bad. Sorry. Yeah,
personally, it would be a custom built, Hurston designed or redesigned ship. I think.
Yeah, you're just gonna get the prison ship and modify it, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
The Drake dungeon, the Drake slumlord, the Drake dungeon, the Drake sex dungeon. Anyway, right before we get cancelled again, let's go to the next question.
Mongo Mo. Do we need to be on Twitch or YouTube for the giveaway? We'll say once again that
so it'll be next week, but we'll do what we've been doing lately is we'll do it through Discord because that way both parties don't get any drawback. So we'll get Lemming to set that up for us. The other thing I'm thinking about doing, Algared, is we could actually essentially run this all week long. We don't have to run it just while the show is on. So that's what we might also do is after today, I'll talk with Lemming and I'll get Lemming to put it up and then it can just run all week. So even if you're not here on stream,
we can actually pick.
Yeah. We could be real tight asses and make it so you got to be here for the drawing though. That could be interesting. Well, because you have to pick.
Yep.
So maybe you have to be here to pick. Or we pick for you. And I know what they are, so I'll just pick the shit one. Yeah.
So yes, you can sign up a week. Yeah, I like that. Sign up a week before, but got to be here for the actual draw. So that
or we pick for you. Yeah, there we go.
How to find? We may have cracked how to increase our viewer count.
Yeah. So if you're not here, we'll pick for you. There we go. And we'll know which one the empty one is, and that one.
Oh look, nothing here. Oh well. Too bad.
What a shame. Oh,
what a shame.
Guess you should have turned up.
Yeah. Hawkeye has another 5. Look, Hawkeye, we love you giving these super chats to make your comments. You can just put them in. We'll dig them up, especially if it's in a discussion.
Or reach out to us after the show, man. We'll go through it. It sounds like you need I'm going to be honest with you. It sounds like it needs a bit of Fix My Fleet.
Yeah, it might mean you're asking for a Fix My Fleet.
Yeah.
You like the versatility of a 600i. You also play with a small group of friends. So the 600i with medbay suits all your.
And we do.
That's probably its big advantage over the Redeemer commissions, the medbay, when it comes. Yeah, I could see that.
Have they? And they have confirmed the medbay, haven't they?
Yep, they have confirmed it does have a medbay. So I think the Explorer version gets a medbay. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where both do or one does and one doesn't. But
Yeah,
But the one with the
there's
med bay will certainly,
yeah. Well,
certainly
you know, but by the same token, for only like a little bit more money, you can get a whole Carrack. You know,
Yeah.
if you actually take the price of the Rover and the Perseus off the Carrack, you're almost at exactly the same price of the $480 600i.
Yeah.
So it's like, and I guarantee you, I haven't looked at the in-game prices, but I guarantee the Carrack in-game costs more than 600i. It's like 26 mil.
Is the 600 just in terms of size? Because I haven't looked at the size of the ships. Is the Carrack, how does the Carrack compare to the 600i in size?
They're both large pads.
They're both like,
Just real quick though, can someone in chat give us the price in game of the 600i variants, each one, please? Because I think that'll help Hawkeye out a little bit. But yeah, as I said, Hawkeye, no more donations. We don't need those, but they are appreciated. Reach out to us on Discord, mate.
Really do appreciate them,
Yep.
but they're never, you know, we'll just put your comments in a question and we'll get to them.
It is a great way if you want them answered straight away. I'll 100% give you that. If you want them answered straight away and you're impatient, absolutely. But we don't do this for the money. That's not why we do this. So.
We will try to get through every question that comes, and you know, that's something we do try and do. And if you want to hit us up and ask for our help.
Wow. Okay, so 9 million for the 600i.
Wow.
That's
expensive.
No, that's 2.5 times cheaper. It's 26 mil for the Carrack, 9 mil.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a no-brainer. Don't even get the 600i. Just go straight to the Carrack. If you don't already have one.
If you certainly if you're buying.
Yeah, and they're the same size pad. They both take off from a large pad. The Carrack is the largest ship that can fit on that pad, and the pad is 130 meters. It's 128. Right?
Yeah.
You can also do you got the Rover, the modules have been told that they can take a tonk in the module when they get those done. We don't know what the other modules are.
In fairness to the modules for the Carrack, when they brought out the ballista and John Crew was talking, he said we could fit a ballista into the modules.
Yep.
I'm not saying we'll make them.
He did. That's correct.
But we could.
Yeah, and that may or may not happen. And again, with the 600i doing what it's doing, it probably, I'm going to be honest, it's more of a tip of the hat to them not doing that now. But you know, if you're looking at the 2 exploration variants, one of the things I keep coming back to with the 600i being better components and stuff like that, that thing is going to have a higher maintenance cost and a higher upkeep than the Carrack because it's just such high quality components. So it's going to cost, unless you get really efficient ones, right? Because it's going to cost you more to go out and more to travel and stuff like that. And it doesn't have the big facilities. Like, it doesn't have the cartography room. It doesn't have the repair facilities. So it's just not going to be able to stay out as long. And again, if you kind of are willing to bite the bullet on the Pisces and the Rover, you do get a G12 though too, don't you? So I got to take that into account as well.
You get a G12, but then when you get, if you compare it to a Carrack or even an Aquila, the Carrack's got the Pisces C8 and an Ursa. And the Aquila's got a P52 and an Ursa. So, and the advantage, the big advantage I see of the Carrack over the Ursa is the fact that its garage and its hangar are separate from its cargo. Whereas if you go the Aquila, you take the Ursa and you're taking every cargo hold. But and that would be a comparable. The Aquila and the 600 are comparable. I think the 600 is I think the Aquila is 6 million or so. I know that actually it's going to be less because I know the Phoenix was about 6.5 in game, so 6.5 mil. So if you go the Carrack.
Yeah. I don't know. It all comes down to money, Hawkeye. But at the end of the day, these are the reasons. Like everything we've just gone through is the reasons why I want more for Origin. I need to stop saying I hate on Origin because I'm not hating. I just want I want value for my. If they want me to buy Origin, I want value for my money. Yeah. And I can't see the value as we've just explained. Like the Carrack is slightly more, and you get so much more.
And in game, it's so much more expensive to buy. So,
yep. It just doesn't make sense. Origin just does not line up with what you're paying. You know?
Yeah.
And I guarantee you it'll be the same thing with the Banner Man when it comes along. You know,
Alex does say that the Odyssey is better than the Carrack. Maybe.
Again, different roles, slightly different.
Yeah.
But yes, again, at the moment they're the same price. So the Odyssey, again, it comes back to what Hawkeye wants at the end of the day. Like he was talking about bunker missions and the ability to carry a tonk. Now, if you can carry a tonk in a Carrack, yeah, it's a difficult thing. It's almost like he's getting an ice cream truck and he wants it to make tacos. It just doesn't make sense.
Armored like an
truck. Yeah. It's like, it's like back in the day when we heard that comment, Algared, the one we laugh at from years ago. Can't wait to go out in my Hornet and go mining. Yeah. It just seems ludicrous now to me and you. Yeah. But at the time, that was the thing. You know,
it was, you know, and people listen to, they were idiots. No, they weren't idiots. It was just the way the game was being designed and being talked about at that time. You could have put a mining laser on a Hornet and gone mining. But as the game developed, they tightened things up, and then it was, well, yeah, you could do that, but then you're not going to have anywhere to store it, and then it was they're totally different mounts. You know, so that's game development. I know it sounds like a sucky response, but it's true, isn't it? As scenes become more nuanced and more tight, your understanding changes, and that's part and parcel of. It's what I like about Star Citizen. It's evolving and changing, and even as they do that, so many of the things they bring in are so much like what they said originally. Death of a Spaceman to me was just seems straight out of the book of what they said originally. It was no biggie. It was just, okay, this is what we said way back at the beginning. That's what we want. How are we going to make that work in game? So they bring in their regen system because it makes it and be able to work the way they wanted to. Wasn't a big change, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So Henrik is saying 6 with a 600i. He's actually got a redeemer. That's the crazy thing, right? He's got a redeemer, and he was talking about turning it into 600i. But I'm saying if you want to go to 600i, maybe just go a little bit further to Carrack.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, Hawkeye, we'll sit down and talk to you. It sounds like you're going through it a bit. This sounds like a Fix My Fleet to me, and I'll put that out to anyone else as well. We are looking for more people Fix My Fleet with Invictus coming up next month. So we do want to get a few in the bank. I am also, ironically, looking at going on a holiday in July. I will probably be gone for an entire month. So we need episodes for you guys to watch. So we need a minimum of 4 episodes. So I'm looking at this stage probably 2 regular episodes and 2 Fix My Fleets, right? So if you want to help me out a lot with that, it's my first holiday in almost 10 years.
And it might mean our live stream becomes Badgers and me.
If you guys can get it working, yeah, then more than likely. The other option is I borrow a friend in Philippines' laptop, and I take my camera, but I won't have a green screen. It'll just be me sitting on a beach somewhere and answering questions, but then I'd be solo. But actually, wait, if I could get the laptop, then I could technically get you to connect. Yeah, I could get it to work. Actually, be able to connect. I'd just be in the sun. Yeah, we'll have a look. I'll have a talk to some friends and see if I can get that to work. But it's a lot of, if their laptop's not powerful enough, then, you know, it might be restrictive. I might have to get you to move a few things in the background. Like, for instance, how do I get the bot to work? I can't do that. So the bot, for example, is very bespoke to my PC. It only works on my PC and only my PC. It's a pain in the butt. But that's how it was built, because it was a hack job, as Pickles said at the time. But yeah. All right. So anyway, yeah. So if you're looking for a Fix My Fleet or some help, go into the Discord and drop into the CCU Helpers channel or the Fix My Fleet channel and ask away. And if they are good enough, so to speak, they will be sent up to us, and Algared and I will, actually mainly Algared's the one that sets up the stuff, don't you, Algared? You do the planning for the.
I try to do the
scheduling,
the timing for those and scheduling,
because he's a bit busier than I am, and I've got a lot more free time, so he knows my time, so it's just easier for him to organize it and just drag me kicking and screaming. Which is it's only when he does it at like 7 a.m. I'm like, Algared, fuck you.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's, you know, when you're trying to do a time that best suits us as well as
them,
the
it's
person,
hard. Yeah.
You don't want to have an ideal time for us where the person doing it is like 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. That's insane. So you
So,
try to
so the
get it
problem,
done.
sorry, so Sandgrope is saying no, just go on the holiday and let the other interviewers deal with the show that week. The problem is, the way I've built the show, none of them can figure out how to get it to work on their OBS. There is no OBS backup. Like you can't just like save it all in a bundle and then you go to the other PC and it opens. It doesn't work that way. So this whole setup is completely bespoke and built by me. And I have
The
to
windows are little chat windows are unique, and
yeah. And if I sit down, like if I do a reformat of my PC, it takes me up to 6 hours to get it working again. And that's because I know where everything is. Right. So if I hand that off to Space Tomato or Paul or something like that, they don't know where everything is. So they have to sit there and sift through it all, and it would take them far longer.
yeah,
So one of the things I've thought about doing is when I do go up to New South Wales to see Algared one time is just to literally get on his PC and just set it up for him. So if I ever do go away,
we can do it.
or I kick the bucket, he can do it from his side. But he's the only person that I could really respectively get to do it. I can't really go to Badges and do it. I could do it remotely, I guess. That might be, actually, we should try that, Algared. I should try and do it on yours remotely. And see if I can get that to work. But again, it's just a time thing. It's just like, don't always have 6 hours to sit down and do it every time.
Yeah, and that's always the issue. And then there's always the like we've talked about it in the past.
The thumbnails
that I could actually do them, but then thumbnails, they're going to be scratchy because
again, I bespokely designed the entire template. Like maybe Paul or Space Tomato could do one. Badges could probably do one as well. But
my
again,
thumbnails would be very, very generic, and it'd be one picture does all because I'm a lazy piece of beat.
Yeah.
But one of the other issues that we've talked about in the past is just and today it's been unique. But
actually, we should talk about that.
One or two issues in terms of the internet.
Well, yeah, so it'd make it harder for you. But remember, I want to talk about the editor, Algared. I totally forgot about this. We keep mentioning that we should talk about it on the stream, but we keep forgetting. One of the things we've been throwing around is a show akin to like This Week in SC, where we all take a different. So whoever's free that week does it. And what we were looking at doing is like recording it onto a green screen. And so it'd be more of a solo show where we could probably do it duo or trio if we want to. But basically, we're looking for someone that would be willing to edit footage or B-roll into the background over the green screen. So it's, when me and Algared are in this view, hold on. Wait, is this gonna, it is because I'm on Facebook. Hold on, I need to open something else real quick. So when we're in this view on a browser or whatever, it'd be like us talking here, but we're talking about, I don't know, so we're talking about the constellation, and then you'd have like constellation video in the background as we're talking about, so this week they added all these fixes to the constellation, blah, 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 blah. So that, something like that. We're looking for an editor or something like that would be probably willing to do that. We don't have a lot of money though. This channel does not make a lot of money, but again, we don't do it for money. So we're kind of looking for someone that kind of wants to help out. And we could probably work out some kind of deal as the channel grows or something that will pay you in accordance to that or whatever. But I don't have the time to edit. Algared doesn't have the time to edit. Badges is doing his own thing as a Space and Paul and all that stuff. So yeah,
it's one of the things I'd like to get into. I was actually asked at school the other day, hey, do you want to edit the musical video we've got and go through, and I'd love to do that. But I said, yeah, look, I'd love to get into that, but I haven't touched an editor. I'm hopeless at it. It's one of you don't chuck someone into the deep end and say this is the one we're doing for production. When it's their first dig, you say, hey, play around with this little thing and show us what you can do.
Yeah, I know Ender's reaching out because Ender's reached out to me before. He wants to do editing. We'll talk to Ender if you want, but I feel kind of guilty. Like, I don't know. I always feel guilty about asking other people for help. I'm not good at asking for help. As some of the other infrunners will tell you, like I tend to confide in them and that's it. I just have my little group and that's it. So yeah.
Oh, but most people are like that.
But that's common. Yeah.
One of the things we were looking at with the show would be it would enable us to do little one-offs
Yeah, so there's more short
So
form
the,
content, yeah. And we even were looking at shorts and stuff like that. I'm not a big fan of shorts. I don't know about you, but I'd rather have an 8-minute episode. I don't think 1 minute is good enough. I think it's too
yeah,
lax. I don't think there's enough. Like maybe if it's just like something like, hey, they dropped the patch, get out there and play it. You know, there's the
yeah,
short. That's it. It's that short. You know.
yeah.
Um.
Hey, the patch is good.
mm,
Yeah, the patch sucks. Yeah, but in terms of an episode, I think you'd be looking at 10 to 15 for
yeah.
those types of
Yeah. And it'll be
weekly
once.
review type things.
It'll be once a week, and that's why I also thought it would be much better if it just came from one of us.
Mm.
Excuse me. And you know, you probably find that one of us might even come out being better at it than everyone else. You know, so you know, and they just keep doing it, or you know,
Or they've got more time to be able to do just chuck them in the bank and
yeah,
but yeah, it was one of those things we were looking at, and if we were able to get the evergreen topics as well, then
yeah. Well, for me,
yeah,
it's not ever that's it. That no, I kind of disagree with you there. For me, it's more of the weekly thing, like once a week.
yeah,
What happened SC? So it's just that I guess the people would be treading on the feet of is someone like Board Gamer that does, you know, all the
mm,
patch notes, the summary of the week, stuff like that. So it's just a summary of what's, you know, like if
yeah,
that's the only time you've got all week to check into SC, that's it. You just log in, 10 minutes to the point,
yeah.
no fluff.
No, no
Um,
questions, no question and answer session.
yeah,
It's just
and
what's happened.
maybe a slight bit of our opinion here and there, but generally pretty concise.
But the idea was it would just give us an avenue to do more
Well,
content. So
yeah, more short form because we have mainly medium to long form content, and
mm,
obviously even the streams are very long. So it's just a way for us to appeal to like broaden our audience essentially. So yeah, I don't know.
yeah. So and as you can see, we're still kind of mulling the idea around.
Mm, yeah.
So anyway,
All
let's move on to a question.
right. Well,
I'm sure people would love to hear another question.
all right. So yeah, long story short, just to wrap it up, reach out to Algared or myself if you're interested in doing editing, and that includes you too, Ender. Yeah,
Yeah,
reach out and we'll have a look at a few people's things and see what we come up with. All right, cool. All right,
yeah.
next question.
So Vital Win. I wonder if you're a Star Trek fan with the Win. Uh,
Or
sorry.
is he just really flatulent? All right, anyway.
Yep. No, Win, not Wind.
All right.
So they say, could you say a little bit more about the 400i the daily? In the context of a daily, what would you consider to be a direct competitor? Direct competitors to a 400i, I see as being a Connie or a Corsair. They're all around the same price. They'll do roughly the same thing.
I think you can go as low as a Cuddy or a Freelancer or a Spirit.
You probably could.
Because think of the vehicle
fact,
size, right? You've only got that smaller vehicle that fits in
Yep.
all those. Yeah, that's
In
the
fact-
problem for me. I don't think it is a Connie. I think it's the other ones that
In fact, you could go down as low as a Freelancer. It's closer to a Freelancer in terms of the vehicles can do. It's a Connie, I think, in cargo-ish. Its crew quality is, I think, less. So yeah, it probably is more a Freelancer.
It's a Freelancer Spirit Cutlass. It's in the same ballpark. It just costs a lot more.
Yep. So price range, you're looking at it as being I think because it was built as an explorer ship, because that's why it's got the thing, which puts it into that Corsair / Aquila mold. But unlike why take a 400i if you can take a Corsair, and why take a Corsair if you can take an Aquila, and why take an Aquila if you can take a Carrack? Or a 600i, and then why take a 600i if you can take a Carrack? It's kind of
Algared, I just had an idea. Slapping myself stupid. What if I left my PC on while I was away for a month now, as long as nothing goes wrong, and then I just do it remotely?
Yeah, you could probably do that too.
So I could literally do it on my phone, just remote in. But then I'd have to. Oh, I could set that up. We'll see. There are possible things we can do.
There are other ways you can do it. So,
but I am on holiday. I just want to take the time off, I guess, and recharge. But we'll see.
Yeah.
All right.
So 400i a daily. I can. Yeah.
I used it for A to Bing a lot. I brought one in game, right? Just to, I'm not a complete Origin snob. Brought one in game, and I used it a lot of time for A to Bing. It was very nice. Ada being.
It is a lovely ship.
You could use it for bunkers. Again, you can use a lot of things for bunkers right now. It was kind of convenient. You could put an STV in the back. But I could do the same thing, as I said, in MSR or a Connie or a Corsair, or as low as a Freelancer or a Cutlass. So you got a lot of choices there. I think as the game goes along, that's where we're going to start to see manufacturers spread out a lot more.
I always struggle with the question of as a daily. Like, what do you mean by a daily? For some people, a daily driver is just a cargo ship that can go from A to B and do a little bit. For other people, it's got to be a combat ship. For other people, it's got to be...
What is your daily is essentially what you're asking him. Yeah. For
For
me, I've always came back to the generic ship. Like, it's a ship that can do a lot of different things. That's why it's flexible is the word I would use, right? And I don't super see, like, I'd actually think there are a little bit more restrictions on the 400i over some other ones, mainly because of the temperature cargo area, the smaller vehicle. It's got more defenses, but it's also harder to get things in and out of. Like, look at the STV. Like, it's easier to put an STV into a Cutlass, a Spirit, or a Freelancer than it is this, because you've got to wait for the elevator to come down, and if it's not exactly lined up, now that may all be fixed in the future, but I'm just giving you an example.
I would say a Connie as a better daily driver to a 400. I'd probably see a Freelancer as a better daily driver.
It's a better variant too, because like you've kind of got a bit of combat, bit of cargo. You got the Merlin. You've got you got more turrets on it. Stuff like that.
So
use it with less people or more people.
So 400 as a daily driver. It depends on what you're trying to use it for. In context of a daily, what are competitors? I think we've gone through the competitors.
Comes back to personal taste a lot. This is like a mini fix my fleet, isn't it? Like, we need more details from you specifically to answer that thoroughly. I think is what I was trying to say.
We've given you a shotgun of competitors and other things. So
next,
Will just posted it. I'm assuming going back to the question you asked earlier.
It was talking about where he posted that line that we read out from the that's it. So next one.
Mr. Butter 007. You guys would speculate, how do you think the Pioneer will work?
Manufacturer ship. It's going to be used.
A manufacturing ship. It'll 3D print buildings so far. Is how it.
Well, it even looks like it's moved on from that. It looks like it's almost a part of item spawning. So I think originally they wanted it to print buildings, but I think it's the scope of that has increased quite a bit. And when they talked about it last that we heard is it's moved on to more of a manufacturing 3D printing facility. So it might make the building, but then you take the building and you put it somewhere else. Rather than it land and you build within that infrastructure, they've gone, well, if you can just build it in there and then just take it out and put it wherever you want, that's a lot more flexible.
And that gives you the ability to use your raft to cargo, to cargo haul, or the building and place it, or use your tractor beam vehicle ship to...
This is probably a really poor analogy, but it's the closest one I can think of right now. It's almost like a cement mixer where it makes the mortar and then you take it out of it and build it right next to the construction site. That's kind of, if you mix the bricks in with that, you get where I'm kind of going. So you're building your prefab building and then you're assembling it right next to it. So it's kind of like a factory you plonk right next to where you're going to build. So how you get the people that drop the big crates that they work out of, the office crates and stuff. It's got all that included in as well, all the livable facilities for the builder and stuff like that. A little resupply pad on it that a ship can land on. So it's kind of like a one-stop construction site shop.
It's a Bunnings.
Yeah, very close. You still need to have resources delivered to the Bunnings, but if the Bunnings runs out, you've got to go somewhere to get some more stuff.
It needs to have a barbecue.
Yeah.
A little barbecue.
Or some snags. I just want to see the captain up there on the little ship pad cooking some snags.
Cooking some snags. Very Australian joke.
Yes. All right, next question.
Stop and Sniffer says, has there been any progress on the star map and FPS map? And what features, functions would you like them to have? I haven't seen any progress yet.
No update that I'm aware of.
But what would I like it to have? I'd like it to work.
I think I'll be in agreement with it on that one. Yeah.
So yeah. Nova 42 has a question, or Nova 42. Can you see people parking ships in vehicle area of a Liberator like people currently do with a Hercules?
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, like you bring weight into account. Like we just don't have weight on ships at the moment. Like you know, you get people putting a whole bunch of loose cargo. They're really not gonna, they might do that in space, but a lot of the time where you've got to go sell things, you've got to go down to a planet. As soon as you're going into a gravity fed environment, even a space station where you fly into the hangar, gravity's going to come involved. And just for that last bit there, the cargo could do a shit ton of damage to your ship. Whole C's different. I'll give you that one.
If you're on a Liberator and you're going to vehicle hold, the vehicle area will have cargo pads for the vehicle. So if your ship is small enough,
I'm talking about though. From what he was implying from the question, though, he was talking about having multiple vehicles in there, more than you should have. And so my whole thing is if they lock down one, they may not lock down multiples because of the gravity pads. That's where I was leaning to. Sorry if I didn't bring you with me. But yeah.
I see what you're saying, but I don't think that's what Nova was suggesting. Because he said, can you see people parking ships, dropping ships off, putting ships in the vehicle hangar instead of a vehicle in the vehicle hangar? Yes, I can see them doing that. People do that with a Carrack already.
Sorry,
people put
I misheard the question. Sorry.
Yep. So people put no, that's okay. It was a good take on it. But people already put P-52s in the Carrack. I do it.
I do think it's going to be very limited though. And again, if you can't lock that ship down, you go again, a Liberator as a transport. So most of the time it'll be going into a non-gravity environment. It goes into the wall. You destroy, do damage to both ships.
Yeah.
So,
there are factors that are going to come into play.
That's why I talked about that rotating idea, because then if you can have the rotating idea, again, once it's in place, you have ships, you could have vehicles, and you could have a variant that like they've got right now, where it's a hybrid of both. You know, so and I think that'll. I don't know about you guys, but as soon as I hear that, I go, wow, that appeal to way more people. You can get the guy that's all into racing on the ground. He can just take, the land one, the guy that's doing a bit of both, or the guy that just wants it as an actual carrier for just ships. That seems way more appealing to me. And again, as I said, compared to what they do to ships already, I don't think there's enough there that would limit that. But like looking at the systems they already have in game, I can see them copying a lot of those over that would work on this, like elevators and things like that. There's nothing really groundbreaking there that would break that variant from working. I just think someone at CIG might think of it. They might get there on their own. They might decide that from gameplay reasons, they don't want that. Maybe that's the restrictions they want.
Look, and we know that CIG occasionally pop up our channel and watch, and so if they're watching, they might take it and go, yeah, I like that. If there are any CIG people hanging out, and you have thought of it and you've discounted it, we'd love to know why, or we'd love to know that. But yeah,
probably not going to tell us though, because it's safer for them not to say anything.
Absolutely, and we fully understand that as well. Death factor. Do you think we'll ever get an alien starter ship? If so, what would set it apart from the other starter ships?
Probably with the alien expansions. That makes the most sense, does it not? And I said this last week too. I don't think you were here last week though, but chances are most of the alien ships are going to come with their expansions, and we'll get, what are the ones that bleed over from their race to ours. That's why I've got a few of them, but we won't get every single alien ship. And it'll be the same that goes the other way. And the example I give is the one that you always give about them constructing hull Cs at the Zion. So there might be these physically smaller hull Cs because Zion is smaller that they sell to the Zion market. You can see how it cross-pollinates pretty quickly.
Yep. So, yeah, when will we get them? When they bring out the patches for them.
Yeah.
Because that'll sell the packages.
Yep.
It'll sell the expansion pack.
Yeah. Buy an expansion pack and get your starter ship with it,
Yep.
They might, they did for this game, or the game that we're seeing right now, they might do the same again. Buy your Zion, Apoa, attack, starter ship and play the game.
by your bounty hunter. By your,
And why does the campaign have to be combat based? Why can't it be,
Yep.
oh, I am a Banu and I start out as a slaver and it's all about saving myself? You know,
Yep.
and it's got nothing to do with combat. It's political intrigue. It could be
Yep,
a murdy mystery thriller. They could literally make the campaign anything they want it to be, so they could go really different with all of them to appeal to different people.
If you were looking at doing a campaign that was just based on what we know about the Banu, it would be a trade-centered campaign.
Yep, it could be.
You know,
Very
if you're
highly
looking at-
industrial
if you're
trade
looking at
based.
the R one, for me, it would be that political intrigue one
Yep.
because that's the way they operate. If it was a Tavaran campaign, I would see that as finding yourself, because
Yep.
even the Tavaran who live in the diaspora, the ones who have moved out, even they have went through the purge where they got rid of a lot of the stuff on their Rajora.
Wasn't there some Tavaran that were a little bit like pushing back, a little bit terroristy? I was going to say that is a thing. You could have that as well, you know. So you could have dual, you know, like, do you want to, you know, mold in with the UEE, or do you want to fight against them? Pick your side, you know. You can see how
if you look at the stories that have come out and the fiction that's come out, you can see there's a Tavaran war. There's a Tavaran war brewing.
Yep.
Not
there's your
in the
expansion
same
pack
sense-
right there.
Not in the same sense as the Tavaran war that saw them decimated, but a Tavaran war where it's going to be a civil war. Those within the UEE who have taken a more, supportive line, as opposed to those in Branna, where their interpretation or reinterpretation of Rajora based on what they know or what's been saved is changing, is really, really different. You saw the last story we've had with the bounty hunter hunting down the Tavaran, and it was a Tavaran versus Tavaran, and it was, you know, you're supporting them, but no, you're making it harder for us, you know. But both sides of that ethical question.
See very quickly how you could get multiple campaigns though, and there's nothing to stop them coming back and doing another human one, you know, or doing one in the past or the future.
Yep.
You know, or something really random, like they come back to our time and you have this one-off quest that you do, and then, you know, 400 years later, you go somewhere in the game and it's got that thing there, you know, that link, you know. So yeah. Really quickly, Ramo G asked a question, but he didn't put a question in it, so it won't come through to the bot. But he says, why CIG don't want to add stairs in stations? What is it difficult to add? It's not difficult, it's a lot issue. So basically having bigger rooms, they've got to make more draw calls, so it's a bigger taxing thing on your computer. So basically by making it so you take the elevator to other areas, they can unload those rooms and load in the new ones.
Yep. So while you're doing the elevator, while you're in the elevator, that is your loading screen.
Yep, that's it.
And it's the same way with, you know, the way they do the rooms at the moment. The container system was, you're in the room and it loads in the rooms around it. The second you leave that room, it kind of puts that in storage. Second 2 rooms away, it gets rid of it. It was a time-saving method, rather than having to put everything in. You can actually, you know, that's what, as I understand it, SOX was, you know, the ability to only stream what was needed, so, and load what was needed. So yeah, it all comes down to that. North End Trooper, would you have a content creator or a streamer who came back to Star Citizen? Would you have a content creator or a streamer who came back to Star Citizen and see what was their draw to come back and what their experience has been?
Would we interview them and talk to them? Yeah, if someone was up for that. Yeah, absolutely. We like having guests. The ironic thing is we had IRC off for the last 3 weeks, and we pushed back one of the guests so Algared could be here, and then that particular guest, Ender, not that it was Ender, but Ender knows who I'm talking about, wasn't able to make it because he's working today. So Grim was meant to be here today, but he couldn't make it. So
and we thought that because of the episode we were looking at doing with Grim, and it was very Endeavory related, it was good to have. We thought.
Well, I wanted you here for it because you're as much into the Endeavor as I am. So yeah. But we'll just reschedule. It's fine.
Yep.
We do have next week we have Voidy vids. I believe it's next week. Don't quote me on that. But I'll have to check. but I'm pretty sure it's 40 vids is next. Yeah.
But we do get content creators on. So we've had Desperado on. We've had.
I think he means though from the question though, Algared, specifically someone that's come back to the game, rather than because like we've had people on that are new. We've had people that are obviously been around just as long as you and I, but we haven't really had someone that's kind of gone away and come back. So I think I can see where he's coming from.
I could see people, even people who played other space games. What made them leave the game they were playing to come to us? Do they still play the other game?
I did actually talk to Captain Kate and Will?
Yep.
I did actually talk to Captain Kate. Maybe we should get Captain Kate on and have a chat with her about why she left Elite and stuff like that. But I think I do think that's been told a little bit.
I know she's told that story in her channel as well. So, but yeah,
it might be a bit different if people can ask her questions directly, though. So that might be the little different spin on it. It is different in a live environment.
But certainly we've got starting to get pixelation.
No, not on mine. Totally fine.
All right. Okay, that's good. So we do get guests on. In fact, some of the Inforunners started off as guests.
Yep. Look at Badges. He's one of them. SA is still a guest. He's not an Inforunner, but I've actually asked him, but he's just too busy.
Yep. Paul started off being a guest, and then we started doing reciprocal stuff, and in the end, it was just you're an Inforunner.
Yeah. We just asked him if he wanted to join us, and he said yes. So
that's we're doing so much stuff together and cross pollinating. So
just made sense.
Yeah. So I don't think there's ever been an issue of having more on, because we've always taken the view that it's that conversation and that back and forth that enables us to just get a better understanding of what's going on in the game. It's why we don't like doing solo shows.
It's just really weird. Like I like the few that I've had to do on my own when I need it like really short form content, like when I do the CCU chaining guides, right? I want them really concise and I want them straight to the point. I struggle because I'm used to that bounce that it's so different to. I don't know how streamers do it. Like talking to yourself literally makes me go crazy. So maybe they all are. I don't know. But you get my whole point. You get my point though, right? It is like talking to yourself. And when I talk to you, I get a reciprocation. I get that feedback. I get that enforcement or denial. I get it both ways. And
we go over get the you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. We
get the no, I disagree because of these reasons. Or we get that I like that. And I think that's the more I think about what is the appeal with our format is that conversation, the back and forth.
100%.
And I don't think too many shows do that as a regular.
I think the other thing is people would have seen where like I know it happens with me, and I've seen it with you as well, is where we just had this like someone's saying something and they just trigger something. You don't get that when you're on your own. You can't trigger yourself like that. You just can't do that. Yep.
And I know there are times when we've been talking or slightly disagreeing.
Yeah.
And people have said I look annoyed or I'm frustrated, and you've come.
But that's a part of the discussion, is it not?
But you've come back and said to me, I was worried because you looked annoyed, and I've said, what? When? So sometimes that natural, I just find, I think the appeal of what we do is that back and forth conversation. I don't see too many actually do that.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at Axis 0096 in Twitch that says I have over 5. Is there someone here, Kat? You just ran in like someone's here. Oh, your heart's going a million miles. Yeah, someone's here. Get down, good boy. So with Elite Dangerous, like when I played it, I found it too complicated. Like I was just trying to find my ship, and I'm like, this is insane. Like, why are the controls not standardized controls? And I had to watch so many tutorials just to get it to work, and it just became incredibly frustrating, and I gave up. But what Axis says there is he has over 500 hours, and the reason he left was it was too shallow. That was my thing too. Like when I finally got into the meat and potatoes of the game, there just wasn't enough there for me.
Yep. I can remember when I started playing Elite, but for me it was, oh crap, how do I do this? And it was after I had one of the guys from SCA who was playing at the time. He kind of went through it, and after he went through it, it was, oh, this is, for me it felt, oh, these are just the same controls I had back in Elite.
Yep.
It's just updated graphics.
And it
was just rewiring the brain to go back to 1980s control systems.
Same thing for me though, but with SC, because of Freelancer and all the first-person shooters I played. I just, like, I'm a fish to water. You see how I fly. People ask me all the time, like, "Do you fly with a joystick?" Like, because of the way I fly. But no, it's a mouse and keyboard. I'm just that good with, well, you know, naturally used to that control system.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I found Elite so difficult, because it was just so mechanical, I guess is the word I would use. Like, it was like I had to do everything in a particular order.
I'd played Elite for a couple of years before I found, you know, back in the 80s, because that was the system that we had on the computer, where, you know, in Wollongong. And I got into not Star Citizen, into
literally when the ships were pixels.
Yeah. Well, I got into, they were. But I got into Chris's game when I actually came back to Sydney, and I was talking to my brother and saying, "Oh, you know, this is the game I like," and he said, "Oh, you haven't tried this game." And then he got me into Wing Commander, and that was it. Elite just disappeared off the face of the earth, because it was just
more immersive, the cinematics and all that type of stuff.
Cinematics, everything else. It compared the two games in the 80s to what they were, and Elite was pixelated line drawing type things versus story mode, and it was like,
Corsair Prime says, "I've heard to play Elite you need an outside spreadsheet that's unavailable in game." I'm not sure about that. I might put that question back to Axis, but I do know that is the case for Eve.
Yeah, I'd say Eve is definitely that.
But yeah, Axis, let us know. Do you need a speed sheet to play Elite? Unless there's anyone else in chat that used to play or does continue to play Elite.
When I was playing, I found I didn't need that, but I didn't play it as long as I you know, I have Star Citizen. I was interested in both games when they first, you know, because they were both released or announced at more or less the same time. I was interested in both. When I found Star Citizen, I basically found Elite at the same time. I was super excited when Elite came out and you could play it, because it was way quicker than Star Citizen. But it did feel shallow. It was, oh, this is just. I actually really stopped once. It was, oh, this is just the 1980s version of the game, just with better graphics. That's what did it for me.
I kind of like, the way I look at it is a little bit like some of like a simulation versus how would I put this, like Rainbow Six, the old Rainbow Sixes versus like Battlefield. You know, it had a lot of this technicality, and a lot of people like, you know, get this, that's it, realism versus fun. Right, you get those people that are really like for example, Badgers used to play a lot of Armor. He likes to play Escape from Tarkov. He likes that realism factor. But then I'm slightly just quite the other way, where I prefer the fun. So I prefer things like Battlefield or Hunt Showdown or something like that, because I'm playing them for fun. But they appeal to two different schools of thought, and that's what I think Elite is to Star Citizen. Star Citizen's the fun, more casual one. And I think Elite is a little bit more on the simulation side.
I got to disagree on that in terms of the simulation, because I find Star Citizen has more of that. I'm the pilot, I'm the character, but I'm using all the tools, whereas Elite was, I'm the ship. That's what it felt like. The game style, but the game styles are different. If that's what you're saying, 100% agree.
I just mean it from like the audiences they're appealing to. So I think when it's all said and done, Star Citizen is going to have more broader appeal.
100%.
Where
100%
Elite and Dangerous falls more into that. You know how you got those technical controls that are a little bit weird, but they're like that, like a simulator. Like you get in a Microsoft simulator and you can flick every switch on the panel of the planes, because it's designed off real life. So it's like real life versus streamlining for the fun factor. Like you go into Battlefield, you can't do some of those things in real life, but it's there just because it's fun, you know, like
Yeah.
fun. And you'll even have heard Disco parrot lines that I've heard Chris parrot to me when I interviewed him, was that fun trumps realism, you know.
Yeah.
And I think the exact words are,
Yeah.
don't quote me, it was something like bring it to create the realism and then bring it back to fun.
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
along the lines.
And I've heard Chris say that as
Yeah.
well. You know, they want it to be as realistic as possible, and they could go, you know, the old 6 degrees of you know, of flight.
Yeah.
But then you also want to pull that back to fun. And I loved, like, the old hover mode for flight. I loved it because every ship was different. You had to know how your ship was, how the thrusters on your ship worked. And if you knew your ship and you could fly your ship, you didn't have problems with it. But at least I didn't have problems with it. If I got in a ship I didn't know, man, I had problems. But for most of the people it wasn't fun, and so you had to dial that back. It is that 6 of one, half a dozen of other, but you do want to get that, yeah. So
yeah, I think we're definitely going for a game that's got more mass appeal, and I think you can look at the other games like Wing Commander and Freelancer until it's exactly the same. They're going for the same thing.
And it's not bagging. I'm not bagging Wing Commander. Sorry, I'm not bagging Elite. I'm not bagging. Well, I bag Eve because I hate Eve.
Well, I think it comes back to the designer. It's like the designer is making a game for themselves. So whoever made Elite and Dangerous is making a game that they enjoy, just like Chris is making a game that he wants his vision.
Yep. I'll just leave it there because that's
all right. Next question.
You gave it a good answer, so yeah. Kalitana has a question. They say, "What do you expect? Will we get some month? Will we get some month where we could play in a normal way, or will we get this chaos continue for the whole year?" What do you mean in a normal way? Because the normal way currently in Star Citizen is you're testing, regardless whether you want to acknowledge that or not. Even in the live server, you are testing. So, so will we get to play in a normal way? Yeah, when Squadron 42 comes out, you can play in a normal way. Or, but this chaos continue for a year. I'm not sure what you mean by the chaos. Do you mean the issues we've got with 318?
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about. Yeah.
They will ease out.
Yeah.
That'll be sorted.
It's like, for those that's been here for a lot longer than you, every time something big comes in, it kind of breaks it all, and they've got to kind of refix it and restabilize it. And they don't ever do it to 100%. They get it back on its feet to a reasonable level and then move on, you know?
Yeah.
Because they've got to keep moving forward to get the game finished. And then when they get it all done, then they're going to polish the shit out of it. You know?
Because that's when you do your polishing at the end. You don't do your polishing, you know. Well, it's a waste of time.
Yeah. You'll be constantly half the work you're doing would be polishing.
Yep. It'd be nuts. It'd be a waste of our resources, and that would peeve me off considerably.
It's like the easiest way to explain it. I've got people here putting solar panels on my roof on my house today, and if you hear them in the background, that's what the noise is. But they were trying to get it all done in one day, just so they didn't have to come back and set up again to do. You know, because they've got to bring all the things out, they've got to lay out all the tools, they've got to do it all, and then they've got to pack it all up again. Where if they can all get it in one day, they don't have to do that extra effort. It's exactly the same thing on just a much smaller scale. It's so much extra effort to keep polishing, to keep moving forward and get it done, you know?
So you're not going to get a normal way until that stage happens.
Yeah.
But will you be able to get a more normal play? Yeah, the patch is getting smoother and smoother. Every time I do a micro patch, it gets smoother and smoother.
And we are due to get some performance increases too towards the end of the year with 3.2.20.
But having said that, I can guarantee you that when server meshing comes in, you're going to have the same repeat.
It's going to hit. It'll probably even worse. And then
when,
even worse, like Badger said, with dynamic server meshing, that'll be the real kicker. You'll probably get
yep,
stuff like it'll probably kick itself out, and you'll loot like it'll do like an unwanted wipe, because
yep,
it's lost something in the background.
yep. So expect it.
Yeah.
Even if they brought in Pyro as without
Mm.
server meshing, and it did some method where it was, you had a loading screen and then there you're there and they're separate servers or whatever, you would still have the same issue.
Yeah.
You'd still have issues.
I'm still in the theory though, Algared, and we have talked about this, that most of the complaints are coming from new people.
Yep.
Like they come in, they learn and they move on, and then the next set come in, they're like, oh, what's going on? And it's like, it's always this it's never the same people complaining. It's just that they haven't learned yet. But yeah.
Yeah. Because I know, yeah. So I don't think that. So I think the chaos will continue because it's going to keep developing. But normal play just becomes
just a different type of chaos. Like, so just as you get used to it, so this one being fixed, it'll be something else that breaks.
Yep.
And people will tell you over the years, one bug will be really persistent for one patch, and then it'll disappear the next, but it'll be something else that replaces it.
Yeah. And then sometimes a bug that's been there
5 years ago comes back,
pops up again because it was errant line in some code.
What was the one the stuck in the chairs one this time? We hadn't stuck in the chairs bug for years, and that came back this patch. Yeah.
And it's sometimes it happens, and it's just a matter of, and sometimes it's a bugger to find it because it's one of the things I used to like about Mark Abent's bug smashes was, and going back and watching some of those early episodes that CIG put out, showed you some of the problems that they had with the bugs. So sometimes it's a bug, we can see the bug, we can see it's happening, but we can't reproduce it. Doesn't matter how they've tried, they can't reproduce it. Other times it's one line of code where a number's out.
Yep.
And that number screws up everything. And until you actually find that number, you can't find it. And it takes hours to.
I think I had a love-hate relationship with that show. I loved how it taught people new things, but some people found it so boring that they never watched it. But those that watched it learned a lot.
Oh, look, I didn't watch it all the time. It was beyond my understanding at times. It was gibberish.
Yeah.
But I always enjoyed it because it showed how they were working at it. It showed the complexity of the issues that were there. It wasn't just a matter of, we've got this seat problem. Why is it this seat problem? Why don't they fix it? Well, sometimes that seat problem is because there's one line of code or one number that was out. Or a bit like the old issue where ships used to suddenly explode. Yes. And all it was because an item of clothing would, each time a ship moved, your item would hit the ship and do 1 point of damage, 1 point of damage, 1 point of damage, 1 point of damage. And eventually that would destroy your ship.
Yep.
But it took forever to find that because it seemed random. They couldn't work out where it was coming in. It was just finding that 1 point, one little error was doing 1 point of damage.
Yep. And this is common through all game development. It's not bespoke to Star Citizen.
Yeah.
But you got to remember, taking Star Citizen and making it a massive persistent universe that goes over multiple servers and all that, you are just multiplying those issues. So you take a single player game, very similar issues to Star Citizen. You make it multiplayer, like most games, like Call of Duty or Battlefield, and then multiply it again when you go into multiple servers across. You can see where we're going. So that's why we're scared about server meshing. Long story short.
But that whole issue of seeing how the game is developed, that's what I like about Star Citizen's development. I know people say we don't see, they're not open, we don't see much. Man, we see so much more than I've ever seen in any game development.
That's why they've retracted it so much, because they were so open and so forward, and they did, and they got stung. It's like it's like if you're vulnerable with someone you love, you put your heart out there and they freaking slap it away. The next time you come around to love someone, you don't put it out so easily, like, And I know every person that's been in love knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's relational. The second you're in a relationship with someone, you open yourself up to hurt.
And they're people too, aren't they? At the end of the day, they've learned that they just keep getting stung, so they just keep retracting and retracting.
So but even at the current level, we still see so much more than I've seen in any other game development.
100%. We get stuff. Well, I would like to say we get something every week, but we get at least something, whether it's good stuff every week. But okay, we get it. There is 5 months of the year we don't get anything. There we go. But that's still like you can see a game that comes out and you'll only get what 2-3 updates a year.
But even with that, we still get the behind the scenes lore stories. The lore stories that help flesh out the world. We get we get that. Even if we don't get a video, we're still getting the roadmap update. We're still getting the monthly reports, and those monthly reports, they are detailed.
I would say most other games. I'm trying to think of like some other games that compare, and I would say you get one update a month.
Yep.
I would say we're at least at 2 a month. So we're at least double everything else.
We get a Squadron 42 monthly update. We get a Star Citizen update every month, and they're themselves. I still get the Elite newsletter that comes out monthly or so. I still think that update letter we get from the month in review from Star Citizen is way more than you get in any other game. Just the detail of it goes through every department, every studio of what we're working on, what they've done, where they're stretching, what it leads to.
And you'd agree with me too. The more time has gone on, the more we get shown in some cases. Because like back in the beginning, they did show a lot, but it was all like concept art and stuff like that. And then, but now
it's not so much concept art. It's more
we're getting into gameplay and stuff. Yeah.
And I remember the really, really first time we saw that was Pupil to Planet. That's where it really struck home.
Yeah.
Where they went, oh yeah. And they're showing the pupil and they're showing the artwork. Oh, nice artwork.
We're doing that now? Like it's coming now? I remember that. This is meant to be coming for years. It's coming now?
And it was like, and that's now. That's in game now. And it was like, that was mind blowing. So yeah. Before I gush any more, I'll move on to the next question. Bardo Dardo. I think we got your question. That was the one you were saying we missed. No, the bot didn't miss it. It was in there. I'd already clicked it because we were ready to move on and we got distracted. The K9 Music has a question. Are you fans of the System 7 or any ground racing for that matter?
I know what Algared's going to say, but yeah, go ahead.
I'm into a bit of racing, so Crux Cup. It's finally being run this weekend, which is unique because of the patch got delayed. But this weekend in Australia is Anzac Day weekend, so Anzac Day is on Tuesday. The very first Crux Cup was held over the Anzac Day weekend, because that was the link we were drawing. Jez, who is one of the key people in the Crux Cup, he was his grandfather is a VC from World War II, and so it was kind of we wanted to kind of tie all that in and do something that was for the org and originally and stuff, and we opened it up to everyone. And
quick question though, is there any vehicle based stuff in the Crux Cup? Because the question was about vehicles.
It is about vehicles. No, there's not in the Crux Cup.
There you go.
But Daymar Rally is some, and I know, like, I don't do Daymar Rally, but Jez, who is also a key Crux Cup person, he does a lot of the 24-hour or 40, those long endurance races in the car sims.
Concy does a regular one too, doesn't he? Like Mountains of Mayhem. I think that's Concy as well.
Yeah. I know Jez does the the car ones, the car
Rally
racing ones. No, well, he did that, but he does outside of Star Citizen. He does the the racing.
Oh, like sim car. Okay, yeah, cool, yeah.
And he'll do the 24-hour racing with teams.
Probably get
and stuff.
Pickles does that stuff too. He does a lot of sim racing.
So that is, and that was one of the things that was why we went into the ships, because at the time, we didn't. When we first did Crux Cup, there wasn't even a universe. We had arena. That was it. We just had the AC.
Yeah.
Um,
All right.
so,
Next
you know, so,
question.
yeah. The Mad World of Chaos has a question. That's almost a statement. The Mad World of Chaos. Do you know when the next Origin sale will be? I'm still new to the sales and practices of CIG.
I'd probably say that's AIE.
Yeah,
Might get a few outliers from Origin, but like
yeah,
like a G12. What is it? The G12A. That would
yeah.
probably be in there.
Um,
There'd be a couple things. The 315, 325A, the
you might find it.
125A.
You'll see a couple of the more military style
Yeah.
ships showing up at Invictus.
Yep.
So Invictus launch week.
Anything
which
that
is
they
the
can
next
skew
one.
into. So for example, you see the Carrack come in because it was a military explorer. So anything that's
Yeah.
got a military skew, you'll see there. But I think that's also why St. Patrick's Day was a bit big this year. They'd put a few things in there that we didn't get to see. Did you notice there was a lot more Origin ships? Like I think it was the 600i, the 400i. I don't know. I can't remember if the 890 jump was there, but there was a few. I went, oh, that's why they're doing that.
It makes sense as well because, like, when you think of fortune, money.
Yep.
So Origin are a perfect fit for that. But they're not military. They're not military, so you tend not to see them in Invictus launch week. But the IAE, the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, which is in November or October, that's where you'll see pretty much every ship, and that's where you'll see Origin ships in general. So, new Origin ship is released or is in concept, then we'll see it. But yeah, generally, IAE.
Well, we've only got 2 left, isn't it? The 200, the 700. Oh, and the 500. We've got 3 left. 3 left.
That's if they decide to do them.
Yes.
Who says they have to do them?
True. And they might want one down the, 1 or 2 for down the line, for 5, 10 years from now. So yeah, true. 100%. All right, next question.
Kyle has a question.
Yep.
Where is the refinement centre in Port Olisar? Aha! There is none.
There is none because they'll eventually rework Port Olisar.
Yep. And you can see, you just knowing that they're moving away from pads.
Yep. Goes back to what we were saying about the reworking asset thing again, Algared, doesn't it? So yeah.
Yep. Like that is a bespoke place. It's probably also very asset heavy. So it's probably chewing up a lot of resources to actually just have it there, because it's got so many bits and pieces. It's not, it's not using procedural generation. It's not using whole question of what is working and what's not working. So, so we don't have a refinement center, but there is I think you can actually sell your stuff from. I think the idea is a port where you drop off your stuff and then it gets sent off. Is how I see them working. It's almost like a mini transport hub. But yeah. Hook 2005 says, if you start as a Vandal, will the Vandal space be known to you, and will you be able to share the information with humans? Probably not.
That is actually an interesting point, learning about the solar system, so to speak, from different perspectives.
Yeah.
That's interesting because, like, I can see those as I am. That's something me and Algared have talked about, though, eventually playing as the Vandal. It could be a thing. But I don't think we will know much about the Vandal until after Squadron 42. I think there's a lot of secrets tied up in that race, don't you?
I know Dave Haddock has always taken the view that they are not nice. They are not, if you're trying to be friendly to a Vandal, you're going to die.
That might appeal to me then, because I can play the dark side in Star Citizen eventually.
Yep. So I always think back to the Dark Age of Camelot. And you could have the 3 races. You had your Hibernians, your Hibernians, your Norse, and your humans, your Albions. And if I was on with my friend, and he was playing his Norse, and I was playing my Albion, we could meet up. But if we weren't in a third-person chat channel like TeamSpeak or something like that, we couldn't communicate.
It's the same thing in.
If I typed the message, it just came up as gibberish for him.
The same thing in World of Warcraft. Exactly.
So
I was going to say too, it's very philosophical allowing people to play as the Vandal. You know, what's it like to play as it's and I don't want to get cancelled, all right? So I'm trying to give you a thought experiment here. It's like someone made a game where you actually got to play as one of the bad guys from World War II. You could see their perspective. Would it be correct? In fact, it'd probably most likely be very incorrect, but it allows you to put yourself in their shoes. Like, what were the things that motivated them? What did they get pushed into? What did the political people put on them? You can see very quickly normal people were probably made to do very bad things. And I could see that for the Vandal as well. You could actually have some good Vandal that are just very, they have to do it, or that they're the ones that are at the end of the pokey stick. You know what I mean? So that could be a really interesting philosophical campaign.
Vandal culture as we know it at the moment is one that is very you get your worth by being good at combat.
Yeah. But don't you lose armor from memory as you get older?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I can't remember that, but one of the things
well, I remember you got armor, and as you get older the armor falls off, so but you don't need it as much because you're so much more proficient at fighting. It makes you better because you've got more movement.
Yeah, that's probably makes sense. But one of the things that I can recall Dave Haddock saying, and I could have this wrong, go to Paul's channel and watch the episode on the Lawmaster podcast.
Is it the interview with
Dave Haddock?
Yep.
And we were talking Vandal, and my memory is that he was saying that basically the Vandal have a view that if you beat them, so talking about the human interaction, and if you beat them, they come back with a bigger force because, hey, it's more prestige.
Yeah.
And so you go to fight to get your prestige, and if you beat them, you're actually inviting the next group to come and, oh, you beat them, I'll go and have a go. And so you just keep going until you get beaten. And so you beat, if someone gets back to tell them, hey, yeah, they're tough, you've got to wipe them all out. Otherwise, a bigger bunch comes to get you. So it really is if you're beating the Vandal, and that's the problem I think with Admiral Bishop in his campaign. He's beating a Vandal at the moment, but every time he beats a Vandal, the next bunch he gets is going to be a bigger bunch. So it's a bigger threat and a bigger threat. And so, yeah, I'm not sure we'll ever be able to play a Vandal just because of that nature. But
again, if they tailor the just a campaign, I'm not. Yeah. Maybe not in the multiplayer universe. You could be 100% right, but I could definitely see a campaign that really brings up some political questions or thought processes.
Even in the multiverse, if they take the campaign down a track where the Vandal are being pushed by another race, and they're they could become a playable race because everyone's fighting this new bad thing that's coming. So never say never. That's one of the things I've learned in most games. Never say never. If it's conceivable, it's possible, but at the moment, I don't see it.
All right. Next question then, if you want.
Henrik, Start-R Arena when? We've got grab guns and
priorities. Yep. I think it's priority. It comes under priorities again for me for that one.
Yeah, well, if you had a Start-R Arena on a planet, you'd actually need the whole arena to be an anti-grav area. So you'd actually be having to generate anti-grav in that area.
Wasn't they I remember the first ones though, they were on stations, weren't they, Algared? They were just floating in space. So yeah, they might be a limited to space station sport. Yeah,
well, but I know there was
and if you really hate your side, you could riot and kill them all by cracking the dome.
Yep. So yeah. So yeah, when? Good question. I'd love to see it. I know I can remember seeing some concept art of Start-R arenas way back in the day.
Yeah.
Did they actually have some gameplay at some point?
They had they were working on it. This is back when it wasn't behavior, it was Ilphonic. When Ilphonic, yeah, and that all got thrown out with their stuff when they moved on.
And it was basically because the big problem with Volphonic is their metrics of the stuff they built were wrong.
Yeah.
So Ruin Station, which was basically a Gold Horizon station, just didn't work. And the camera has finally frozen.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest though, and this is not to kind of hate on Ilphonic, but I'm going to be bluntly honest. I haven't liked anything they've done since they left, and they've done like 4 games since. They did just the ones I can remember. Friday the 13th. They did most recently they did Ghostbusters, and in between those they did Aliens versus Predator, or was it just Predator? I think it was just Predator. And I wasn't a fan of really any of them, to be honest with you. They were all a bit gimmicky.
The last I'd seen that, which was early on in the day when they left, they were working on a game, kind of a medieval-ish Gothic style game, and I've never heard anything of it. It just seemed to
don't remember that at all. The first one they made was Friday the 13th. Then they made Predator, and then they most recently they've made 3 since they left. So
they're the games they've done, but I can remember them doing there was stuff they were working on.
Oh, the medieval one might be the mod they worked on before they worked for CIG. I didn't look into that, but that might be what you're talking about. I could be wrong.
But I hadn't seen anything that they did. Yeah. But yeah, it was But the big problem was they used the wrong metric. Now, that's they're not the only group that had the wrong metric. Like you'll recall the reason why the Idris grew to a frigate was because Ryan, I think it was Ryan Church who designed the Idris. When he was designing the Idris, he used the wrong. He used the old image of a Hornet, which they were using for the hangar. And when the team was building up the Idris, they went, "Oh, that's the wrong, that's the wrong Hornet. Put the right Hornet in. You have to grab a ship to make it in." And so that changed the whole all the sizes and metrics and everything else. And to get the same look, you had to grab a ship. So it's issues with developing a game where you got people who use metric system and people who use imperial system, and it can happen. But it's a frustration when everything's done to one size and it just doesn't work.
All right, I'm going to give 1 minute before I cut the bot off. So we've already got like a lot of questions to go. So that's why I'm not giving too much extra time. But if you do want to get your question in, I'll give you a minute.
All right, so let's try rapid fire a few because we're only at 7:11. So yeah. All right, Mark Razor says, how do you participate in your 400 draw? Tune in next week. And
we'll go over that real quick. We had technical issues. It's not working too well. I'm going to have to order a webcam to get it work properly. And we also worked out how we were actually going to do it with the audience earlier on today. Yeah, done. Next.
There's our Windows. Yeah. Okay. This has got good question. Astropanda. I didn't see Astropanda's question, so it must have been a question I asked without a question. There it was. Which ships are you taking into Pyro first, if Pyro releases this year? Whichever ship I'm flying at the time. It won't be a fighter.
Probably a Carrack or something like that.
Yeah, Carrack or a Connie, I think, for me.
Or do I go in with a refueler from the get-go?
Yeah, Carrack. Yeah. Any ship that's long distance as opposed to carrier bait.
Hey, if the Polaris is in.
Yeah, Polaris is in, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Even an Odyssey's in. If Odyssey's in, I'll take an Odyssey.
We'll
whatever. But I won't initially be taking in a fighter. Because I'll want something with range, but just so I can.
Is the Odyssey on the roadmap? Actually, I don't think the Odyssey is on the roadmap, is it? I'll check.
I haven't checked.
All right.
While you're doing that, Jack B. Nomad O'Neill, do you guys think that CIG is going to change NPCs to players is going to be 9-to-1 ratio?
Yes. No, I still think they want that lived-in world.
Yep. Whether they still want that lived-in world, whether we actually see that as NPCs in the game as 9-to-1, I don't know. Certainly that 9-to-1 ratio or more is what they talk about is certainly the case in terms of the economics in the behind the scenes scenario game. So where we see the what do they call it? Where the behind the scene. What's the term they use for their the peons, the behind the scenes stuff?
Sorry, what was it? Say again.
The name for the NPCs behind the scenes where they works out the economy.
Oh, the yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember. But I'd lean on Quanta would be the first
Quanta.
place I go. Yeah, okay, Quanta. Yep. Okay.
So the 9-to-1 is certainly going to be with Quanta, 100%.
Yeah.
Whether we see that in game is another thing, but Quanta's going to be working the economy, and that's where that 9-to-1 will certainly be in, and it might even be more.
Do you know, I saw a really interesting, like just the title of it by Paul. I do want to get down and watching it, but can you imagine if you start getting ChatGPT and those AI in, and so the NPCs are actually driven by AI, and they actually start to have those interactions. So that episode that you and I did with Morph and talking about how that could work, that's just gone to another level now. Because if they can integrate that into the game, so much easier to do, you know. But then all the other systems that this game has, that just means they can take time off that and put it into other areas. So it just makes the game, you know, things like all the things I've said in the past that people go, oh, that's crazy. They can get into that crazy town because they've got more development time to go into crazy town.
Because there's more crazy town stuff being done outside of Star Citizen with AI. Like I was watching a YouTube the other day, and someone was saying I played AI. They used AI to play a game, and it went totally opposite to where they expected it to go because the AI just made choices. All right, Kishkin. Thoughts on your ship as your base or planet-side base? If someone finds your base on a planet, you can't kill them and make them forget where it is, but you can move your ship.
Something we've talked about before, isn't it, Algared? You know, that's a strength versus weakness. You might have more defenses for cheaper in a fixed position, but if you've just got a Kraken and they turn up, you can just fly away.
Yep, and then
strength, player choices, strength versus weaknesses. These are things we talk about before. Everything you just mentioned in your question answers itself. No offense, not being insulting to you, but like everything you pointed out, you've already seen the answer. I can tell just by the way your thought pattern is going.
Yep. So yes, you can have strong bases. You know, unfortunately, if a player finds your base, you can't kill them. But if a player finds your ship, they're going to know what your ship is. They may not find your ship again in the near future, but they find your ship. They know what to do to kill you. Can they find you again? But blow up your base.
Okay.
You can move your base, but same thing.
Okay, so I was just want to. There's a first-time chatter that asked, I hope so this is by Shakit Shell, who said, I hope the 9-to-1 ratio is just for outer space population and the planetary population is added separately. And then I asked, why is that? Because I wanted more context. And he said, I think a 9-to-1 ratio would fill up the world due to how many people it actually is be living on the planets. I'd say a 9-to-1 with all players would barely fill out one city, 4.5 million. But the one thing that you're not thinking of is Quanta, as it's dynamic and they put people in and take people out. So they can have more people coming into a high population zone and then less. So as things happen, like someone might find a gold node, more people turn up, they mine the shit out of it, then they leave. So what you're thinking of as a static populations will not be static. They'll be moving and changing just like the real world. Like COVID hit New York, got less people in it. COVID's gone away. More people have come back to New York, etc., etc.
You can really see that in some of the CitizenCon live streams with Tony Zeverick. We're talking Quanta, and he does the scenarios, and he says, "Hey, we've found gold here," and you actually see the Quanta actually just redirect and go to that place, and then it runs out, and they change it. And it's
if someone can get me that link and drop it in chat, I will forward it to Static, because I think he needs to see that, because I think it will change his perspective of what he thinks of from his question. But yeah, if you haven't already seen it already, that is Static. So just let us know.
So Feathers, do you think the 600i rework is in progress at the moment or is waiting in the backlog? without
Priorities.
double checking,
I can check. What is
I
it?
would say
600i.
I think that's backlog, but I could be wrong. And check it, and he'll tell us whether it is or not. And what it,
Nothing. There's utterly nothing for gold standard. It's 17 weeks to gold standard, and there's nothing there.
oh, it's in backlog.
Yeah,
the
it's in the
backlog.
backlog. Yeah. What was the thing I was coming to actually check though? It was the Odyssey. Yeah.
Yep. Well, you were going to check the 600i, but you may have been checking the Odyssey for
If it was on the roadmap at all, yeah.
roadmap
Originally,
at all, or
it's why I
Nova.
opened the roadmap originally. Is what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Nova 42 has a question. This was supposed to be funny. Too bad.
Yep.
Is going back to the question he asked
Mhm.
about the.
So the Odyssey is much like the 600i. It's got a placeholder, but it's got no work coming.
Yep.
And the only two teams that were the NAR and the Visa, so it hasn't been assigned to a proper vehicle team, if I'm not mistaken. Vehicle concept art and vehicle, what's this, narrative. So there's nothing for that Odyssey at the moment, unfortunately.
MPC. Sorry, gone.
No, that's it. Awesome.
Okay, MPCDN has a question. What is the most financially smart way to get a Connie Phoenix? I have $0 CCU from a Connie Phoenix to a Carrick. What is the
So
most
he used-
financial way to get a Connie? So
Did he say financially responsible? Was that the words he used?
smart.
Financially smart. I was going to say financially responsible. Just don't get one.
No, because he's got a $0 CCU from a Connie Phoenix to a Carrick.
Connie Phoenix to a Carrick. Oh, wow.
So he's wanting
Wow.
to get a Connie Phoenix. Buy a Connie Phoenix. Because I don't, unless you can find one of the original CCUs to a Connie Phoenix, they don't do CCUs to a Connie Phoenix.
Yeah, and they're really expensive. The last time I saw one, they were in the $600 range.
Which means they're more expensive than buying a Connie.
Yeah. So you'll just have to get one. So essentially you would work out with a Carrick that doesn't have LTI, but the fact that you're getting it for half price is pretty good.
You might be able to find make another chain using and get a Carrick for less, and get it with LTI because you're using an LTI status, but that would just be a matter of going through sales and building your chain up over years to do that. But with a Connie Phoenix, I think the only way to do it is buy a Connie Phoenix. I can't think of another, unless you can find someone who's got a Connie Phoenix in buyback or stuff who's willing to sell it to you. And they're going to sell it at minimum, they'll sell it at cost. And that would be them being very generous. If you're after it with LTI. So, yeah.
Yep. All right. Next question.
De facto, any news on pizza delivery and station repair missions?
Yeah, it's next door in my driveway. I just walk out and get it whenever I want. Don't need it delivered.
Yeah. When they're ready.
For those of you that don't know, I live next door to a Domino's Pizza. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
When they're ready.
When they're ready. Astro Panda has a question. The Polaris was added on the progress tracker. Do you think it's possible for it to be sometime next year or so, or do you guys think it will be released with Squadron 42? I have a feeling that the Polaris, being an RSI ship, will come out when they do the RSI in IA.
It's assigned to the EU vehicle team, and it is due to end in September with a 24-week sprint. So
weren't we thinking that this year was RSI?
It possibly could be. It could be AIE. It could be CitizenCon. Like again, another ship that's in that ballpark is the Santoki Eye. It was one I did talk about this. I think a couple of weeks ago on one of our live streams. I said it's really interesting to see that they've gone from this. Anytime a ship is leaked, we know it's coming. Right now, we've got a pool of ships. It's like someone's had a brainwave and said, "Hey, do it this way instead," because now there's like 20 ships that are out there that all could be coming. But we can't tell what's coming.
Yeah.
So someone actually had the brainwave. Let's flood the market with leaks, and they can't leak anything. It's genius. It's absolutely genius because, like, if there's 20 ships, you can't tell which one's coming.
there's 20 leaked ships that are coming that
Mm.
they've got on the roadmap or have told us information about. Which one is going to be at the?
You know,
It's a good
Santoki, Miss Fury, you know, Polaris, Odyssey. We've just talked about a few of them here. The Santoki, the X1. There are so many now. Me and Algared and the other Inforunners are going to go back and look at that pool and go, "Oh shit,
It could be.
what's coming?" And you can't tell. It's kind of hard.
And we, you know, we try to go with what the information we can see.
Yeah.
We don't try, you know, and then speculate from that.
Mm.
What makes sense. We could say, oh, if it's coming, but we can't guarantee it. You know, so. But yeah, I would expect. I don't know whether they'll keep it back for Squadron 42. Why? Because the Polaris was a new ship that was built as part of the Citizen Defense Initiative. So that's what it was designed as. It was designed as that new version of ship, not so. So I don't see it as being integral to Squadron 42. It doesn't fit that story in that sense. At least to my knowledge. So, yeah.
Spirit
Tequila Sunrise.
just to answer a question there, someone said, what are the odds of we'll see the Spirit series at Invictus this year? It's scheduled to end in June, so I'd say you're far more likely to see it at CitizenCon or AOE. Right. Yep. Sorry.
Yep. Tequila Sunrise. So I have never tested it, but can ships that have landing gear with wheels move on the ground when thrust is applied? I think that was the original idea.
Skids versus wheels, yeah. There was pros and cons to both, and they've talked about that in the past, and I'm sure it'll bear more fruit down the line. So skids are probably better on snow, where wheels are worse on snow. You know, skids are probably better on sand and don't sink where wheels do. And then obviously as soon as you go to hard ground, it flips. So the pros and cons to both. But
can the ships with wheels move on the ground if you apply thrust? I haven't tried it. So I can't. My gut says yes, but because I think I've done it once or twice, but I couldn't do it. I can't. So I sat there and tested and thought, oh, I mean, wheels. Let's say what happens. I just So yeah, I'll have to try that later.
Yeah.
Good question though. Thank you for the question, Tequila.
It's something that we haven't really looked at in a really long time. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah.
Like I remember doing it ages ago, but I can't remember what I noticed.
It's probably going to come more into effect when you get, say, something like a Kraken or an Idris or something like that. Like, do you want that rolling start takeoff or something like that? Like in a Bengal, you know, the Bengal, how you can kind of move out from your hangars and stuff. Yeah, so that's probably where it's going to come more prevalent. Anyway.
Yep. Jay has a question. What ship company is your favorite for utility and aesthetics? Argo.
Yeah, Argo's pretty up there.
Argo is the utility company of.
I used to really like Crusader like that, and I know Argo did too, but they've pissed us off a little bit with the lore. They've also pissed us a little bit off with the lack of windows. I don't know, like Crusader sounded really cool, but the more and more, and I know I'm speaking a bit for you, but they've ruined Crusader as time's gone on.
Yeah, for me it's you know, the Argo ship company is utility to a T.
I think to just go, like, I agree with the Argo, right? But I think to be a little different is I want to see some more stuff from Sinu.
Yep.
Consolidated Outland. I think they could have some really unique things. That, you know, the Elon Musk of Star Citizen, so they're going to probably jab into more areas and challenge more people than most. So we could get some really cool stuff from them.
Consolidated Outland's going to go a bit everywhere. They go,
yeah.
Yeah,
they're the jack of all trades, literally.
And aesthetics, man, I generally like the aesthetics of all of them. So
yeah, they've all got their own little hallmark.
Even nasty Drake ships have a cool aesthetic about them, and even the ugly ducklings are really like Picard, ugly duckling little ship, but it's such a.
Be careful what you say. Thing. Some guy's going to come along and turn your 890 jump into a very fancy pirate ship.
Right. But it is, as I said, the Cutter is a lovely little ship. It might be an ugly duckling, but it is gorgeous. You know, and then the rubber ships are exactly the same. You know, they're ugly, but they're like Baconi, ghastly looking ship. And yet there's something about it that is Nice.
It's irony, the boldness of Drake ships. I kind of like, you know what they did with the 400i, and they made it very bold. I want to
Yep.
see more of that in Origin. You know, those almost artistic pieces. The ship's a piece of art, you know. So yeah,
Yep.
we'll see. All right.
Hawk 2005 has a question. He says, "Is the 600i executive, that's the gold one you get
Mm-hmm.
as a gift, a reward, an exploration or a touring?" I believe it is exploration. No, I believe it's touring, not exploration, but I could be wrong. I'd have to go check. Hawk has another question.
So sorry, what was the question? Sorry, which about the
Is
touring
the
aspect?
600i executive
Mm.
an exploration or touring variant?
Isn't it just a skin and you can put it on either?
No.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's the
Oh, you get the whole ship.
you get the ship. Yeah.
You would have to check. Maybe you can do it in the background while I answer a question.
Okay. Well, Hook's got another question.
I'll do. I'll do
so
that then.
one.
So Hook. You mean Hawkeye? Or wait,
No,
no.
Hook 2005.
All right, got it. Yep. Question is no, that was okay. Will the Starliner keep its fans? I'm a big fan of the Starliner. No. Starliner. Genesis Starliner has fans? I don't remember there being fans on this Genesis
No, I
Starliner.
don't remember this.
No, I don't remember that either. I know it's got that 3-wing design, which is it's a tip of the hat of some of the I know Boeing is working on a dual wing design at the moment for backswept wings, and I think it's a bit of a homage to that. But I don't know anything about there being fans. The only thing I know that's got fans at all is the Connie. Algared, you got anything other than that?
Only the Connie, and the Connie's the only one fans that I can recall. It's basically an RSI thing.
All right, Joey Nova asks, question, when do CitizenCon tickets usually become available for purchase, and will CIG let us know? They will definitely let us know. They'll definitely let us know in advance. But I did say earlier, notice how they haven't sold them yet. It might just be you can go if you want to go. They might have changed it a bit.
There might not be a limited number of spaces.
You just pay to get in or something.
Yep. Tickets just get you access as opposed to there's only so many people who can turn up, which would be cool if they do that, if they're moving to that model. So,
Alpa Calvi asks, what do you think about the Polaris coming out this year? Thanks. High possibility, as it looks like we just looked on the roadmap then, wrapping up around September. So, yep. I think it might, Algared, you correct me if you think I'm wrong. It's very tied with server meshing.
I would agree with that.
Oh, hey, Meg. Meg rated with a party of 17. Hey, Meg. Nice to see you.
Thanks, Meg.
And it was me that was talking to you the other day. But yeah, I was hanging out with Yo-Yo Meg in her chat. So yeah. All right. Next question.
Keep going.
Yeah.
I thought I'd cheat and go to ship upgrade thing, but
it didn't work.
The executive model doesn't show.
All right. Nova A42 asks, have you had a white Christmas? No, we live in Australia.
We live in.
We don't. There's no way you'd get a white Christmas here. Unless you kind of went up to one of the mountains, I guess, and tried to get some snow. But yeah,
in Australia in summer we don't get snow. I have been to Yosemite National Park around Christmas, and it was white. It was absolutely gorgeous.
I think that's what I'm trying to say. If we wanted one, we could go get one.
Yeah, we have to travel to get it.
But yeah, it's a bit hard. So yeah, but it's our summer is just your summer. It's just flipped, you know. So we've just had Easter, and you know that's kind of a bit more of a wintry holiday for us. It's kind of, so you know how your Christmas is the snowy one, Easter's the snowy one for us. So we associate bunnies and rabbits with, you know, the coolness of winter and stuff like that. It's the opposite of what you guys, you see it like spring and rebirth and all that. So it's a little bit different for us. So yeah, you just kind of get used to it. It's just different seasons.
Yeah, I would need to find out whether the executive is a explorer or a touring. I'd need to actually in game, but from memory, it is a touring variant.
I'm pretty sure you could Google that though as well. I'm sure someone in chat might already know that, and they could let us know the answer as well. So if you know what that executive edition of the 600i is it one? Is it both? Is it? Just let us know in chat. Thanks. That'd be great. All right. Next question is from DMDR, who says, if you would design a
Okay,
one-seater...
so Wiki actually says it is a 600i Explorer
There you go.
that features gold and grey painted exterior, blah, blah, blah. So there you go.
So
It's apparently an Explorer.
So DMDR, I was halfway through the question, said, what was it? If you would design a one-seater competitor for the Prospector, what would you do differently compared to it? And from what manufacturer would it be? I think eventually, just straight off the bat, I think eventually we'll see direct competitors that have said that to words to that effect. So rules misc-out. I always come back to Consolidated Outland, like out in the fringes. I've said this a few times here, haven't I, Algared? Like I often thought the land-based miner that now looks like it's coming from RSI, Consolidated Outland would be very good. So I think that'd be a really good fit for that. And I think the other one would be Argo.
I would say Grey Cat rather than Argo.
Yeah, yes. For the miner. No, I take everything back and I agree with you. Yeah, so I don't know exactly what you're going to say, so go ahead.
Yeah, because Grey Cat are the mining company, whereas Argo are the logistics company by what they do. That's what they're known for.
And the homage to the mining tick.
Yeah. So, next question.
Yep. Is from Andres Prado, who says, could Reliant Mako, Cutlass Black, and Reliant Mako M50 be good CCUs to acquire with store credit before Invictus thinking of possible Warborn links to them in any way? No, not really, because they're all in game, so there's no benefit for that. They may you just to get them as they come, so you really have to kind of wait to Invictus to see what comes, and some may come, some may not. So there's no point pre-buying them at all.
If you're looking at them as if you're looking to buy those ships, no. If you're looking at possibly use them as links to a chain, possible.
Yeah. But I think he specifically said before Invictus thinking of possible Warbond link items to get them in anyway. Well, you can usually buy them at Invictus, or if not, you go buy them at AIE. So there's no, it's just a waiting game, essentially. Is what you're asking.
And those ships aren't ships where the price is going to go up anytime soon. But you know,
as we said, they're in game, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, but they could go up because prices have changed in the past. But generally, they're in game. Generally, the prices don't change that regularly. So buying CCUs to them in the hope of saving money, that's out the window. They're in game, so yeah. I can't see, the only way I can see a value in them is looking at possible war bands.
If we thought they were going to go up in price, but again, they've been in game for so long and they haven't moved, and they will generally tell us when something's going to go up in price and offer us the old CCUs first. So you've got no concerns there. Yeah.
So it's looking at the CCUs that would be looking at to lock in the price of those ships, but they're in game and
Okay, so next question is from Andreas Fall, who says, I see ships like the 600i have a utility mount. Does that mean it can mount a tractor beam? Okay.
Atreides, not Andreas. You threw me there.
Yeah, sorry, bud. Sorry.
That's okay.
You want to answer the question?
600 has a utility mount. Yes. If it's got a utility mount, yes, it could mount a tractor beam.
I didn't think there was one. I want to go to the Matrix of Lies now because I must have missed that.
I would need the Matrix of Lies for that as well because
let's have a quick look. But I don't remember it having one. I really don't. No, so if that is the case, that is very new for me.
Yeah, I can't recall having one, but hey.
Weaponry? Would it be under weaponry?
Would be right down the bottom. Utility mounts.
Under weaponry though, utility items
underneath them. Yep.
There isn't one. There isn't one. Yeah, I thought I was right. I was like, utility mounts. I don't remember there being any utility mounts.
I've never heard of utility mounts on the 600i.
Neither have I. You really threw me there. Like, wow, something slipped past me.
Doesn't mean they're not going to add a utility mount in the rework.
Ooh. Yeah.
Because hey, like the Connie didn't use to, the Connie, um,
Mm.
the trader one, the Taurus. The
Yeah.
Taurus originally did not have um, tractor beams.
Yeah.
The old turret had been where the secret compartment was, or the safe was,
Yeah.
and they moved that to the back where the
Merlin
P52
was.
had been,
Yeah.
and they turned the bottom and they gave you a bottom turret with two with two tractor beams.
Which is awesome.
That was awesome. It was something we had not expected.
Yeah. But
But
it
it was
also
still,
makes it really good for loading and unloading, doesn't it?
yeah.
It works really well for that ship. It's just an unexpected massive side effect. A bonus, I guess.
Yeah. It was like what? Yeah. It was a no-brainer that it got tractor beams on that bottom turret. It was, yeah. So, Alex has a question. Do you think there will be an industrial or military version of the 890 jump? It seems like this approach to ships could help accelerate development. Ship diversity, luxury, Idris, anyone? I'd like to see different versions of an Idris, of an 890 jump. Do I think I'll see an Idris, an industrial version or a military version? Probably not. But would I see a science lab version? Yep. Would I see a hospital version? Yep. Could I see an 890 jump being commandeered as a military ship for hospital? Yep. Bit like the QE2 was commandeered by the British Navy during the Falklands War as a troop ship. So could they? Yes. Will they? Don't know. Any thoughts?
Sorry, I'm replying to someone that just walls of text me like this.
Yep.
And I'm telling them they've got to contact SAM Badges and tell them I sent you. He's
Yep.
got a laundry list of things
Military
that he does.
questions?
Yeah, military stuff.
Yep.
The
second you said SA and
yeah.
I went, yep, military stuff.
Yeah, cool. Sorry, I'm just trying to get back to people because I've always got. Oh no, he just messaged me back straight away. Thank you. Right, cool. What was the question? Sorry, I know I'm
The
distracted.
question was industrial military version of an 890 jump.
Benny Mentionman. It's the closest thing we've got to that, is it not?
Yep. But would I see Origin doing that? Probably not.
No, hell no.
But as I said, you know, QE2
That's what we want, though, don't we, Algared?
Yeah.
We want that stuff, but like as I said, I think the only one that you and I have been, well, you correct me if I'm wrong. I suggested I haven't really got your response. I think you did, but was the shopping ships.
Yep. Well, shopping, hospital, science.
Yeah, we've talked about that, but I think the only one that I think they will get that I can safely say I would put money on is the high fashion stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
The science one, they could go into that, and same with the other one you said.
Hospital, but
whether they will
is a different thing. But as
hospital,
I said,
tend to rule out because we've got all those different size ships now. Maybe down the line, but science, I will give you science.
Now that we've got the Galaxy with its hospital module, plus we've got the Endeavour, plus with that drifting more out of a window as possibility.
The mad scientist lab, I can see that now.
But a military version of an 890 jump. Look,
that's where old man Hurston creates his woo-woo girls. That's where it is. He made it on his whatever that mad scientist ship is. I get it now.
That's where Paulie mixes. That's where Paulie cooks.
He's ever
That's where Paulie mixes. That's where Paulie mixes ever crack as the bark tea. But yeah, like as I said, QE2 was used by the British Navy as a troop ship during Falklands War. So luxury ships have been commandeered by Navy for purposes. Could 890 jump be commandeered for them for those purposes? Yep. But would it be a regular ship? No.
All right, Algared, we are coming up to 7 minutes on the hour. I can now see the bottom of the question. So I'm going to ask, and we're going to try to rapid fire. So I'm going to push here. Might have to push Algared to answer quickly, but I'm going to push because I'm better at doing the quick stuff than you are. So here we go. Robert Case, this is a question for everyone who may wonder, does it matter at all if you have a 6-month insurance, considering it will not affect till the game comes out, which could be 4 to 6 years?
True.
How valuable is LTI to you?
For me, it's a lot because It's a security blanket for a big ship.
I think the
100.
bigger you go, the more important it becomes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the short answer.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Hawkeye says, this is the only ship I'm unsure of in my fleet, but I was just wondering, oh, that's the one he was talking about before.
Yep.
With the 600i. We've gone over that. Again, Hawkeye, reach out to us because it sounds like it's a fix my
Yep.
fleet issue.
And that would be a show for us to do, which would
Yeah,
be great
absolutely.
for the bank.
Yep, same for anyone else. If you need some help with your ships, we're looking for more people fix my fleet coming up to Invictus. Loco De Rider says, question, does the Bannermatch man have a brig? Don't think so. No,
Maybe
no.
slave quarters.
Yeah, yeah. Old Man Hurston's kinky sex station. Right. Anyway, Feather says, what would you do to make Origin better? I think we kind of talked about that. It needs more professions and stuff. Yeah. So
more things you can do in the ship.
More gameplay. Yeah.
Yep.
Just doesn't the cost is not justified. And even today, when we've talked about a few things, you can just see very quickly it just doesn't make sense.
Yep.
Recube says, question, new player. Oh, nice to meet you, Recube. Just played the free fly that is over now. In your opinion, what do you think is the best starter package would be? Well, we're going to go Cutter, Avenger, Algared, yeah? Is that, and then Cutlass is probably where we usually go?
Depending on your price budget. If you're after the cheapest access, go the Cutter. If you're after one that gives you a bit more ability to do stuff, go the Titan, the Avenger Titan. After that, the Cutlass Black. But
and then already before that, you start to getting into things that are personal. So are you into data running? And then you get into the prospector and mining and stuff like that. So after that, it gets a lot more complicated. So we'll just leave it there with the versatility. But if you do want help, reach out or get onto the Discord and ask someone in the Fix My Fleet or the CCU Help channel. There are so many people that will give you their opinions. It is not funny. So, and again, if they, you know, if a fight breaks out, me or Algared will come in and help you. I should say fight, but you know what I mean? Like if you need more help, they will pass it up the chain to us. So yeah. Right. Nova A42 says, Recube, glad to help. Can't wait till get your question. There you go. So Nova will help you as well. So anyway, Santagu Perez says, question, do you guys think there is an A1 Spirit will be viable ship or will it be overshadowed by the Cutlass? So the A1's the bomber, Algared. What's your thoughts?
What was the question, sorry?
Spirit A1 bomber. How do you reckon it kind of compares to the Cutlass? Will the Cutlass be better than the A1?
Definitely. More versatility.
Yep, I agree. And I would even bring that back to the C1. I think the C1's where it's at for the Spirit. I think the problem with the Spirit generally is it's just a much bigger ship. So it's the kind of the mantra of Crusader, isn't it? It's speed, but you get this bigger footprint size that you, when you're actually in combat, you're going to get shot more. So yeah, tip for tat.
I asked you a question in Discord. Just say yes or no.
You read the next question while I look at that then.
Yep. The next question was San Diego Paris, who says, do you guys think that that's the one you just did. Sharp Neface. There are a lot of dangerous objects in objects. Do you think CIG will make planet made entirely of elevators?
It's actually a really good idea, Algared, but then it ruins our plans for later. To answer your question, let me have a quick look.
Yep.
Let me see what I can do. What was the question? Sorry.
There are lots of dangerous objects in objects. Do you think CIG will make a planet made entirely of elevators? No.
Closest thing I can think of is spider.
Yep. Boxes in boxes. But yeah.
Actually, to help us out, we could actually put this back to the community. Does anyone have an LTI cutter they're prepared to part with? We will pay for it. Does anyone have an LTI cutter they're prepared to pay to part with that they can gift to someone and we'll pay you for it? All right, so just let us know in chat if you've got one, and then we'll tell you what we're planning to do with it. But it's we're probably giving the game away. Yeah.
Zangropo.
All right, Nova's got one. There we go. Nova's got one. Nova, what we're thinking of doing is giving that to the new guy. Would you be cool with that? And we'll pay you for it. Let us know. All right, next question. Algared, sorry.
Zangropo. Amazon owns the rights to Stargate franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just me, or would CIG engine assist based on Lumberyard be perfect for? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it really would. What was the price of that pack? Was it $60?
I think the starter pack is around that.
Was it 45? Was it, how much was it, Nova? 45 or 60? I can't remember. I think it was 45. Yeah, that's why we're thinking of it. But was it 45, Nova? Let us know. Anyway, I think Stargate would be a really good game. To you know, like say they do an asset flip essentially. That'd be really cool. All right, well, if you're happy for that, Nova, I'll send you $45 after this, and we can get that sent off too. But get in contact with him, Nova, if you do, and see if he's still interested. What's his name? Recube. Yeah, reach out to Recube and tell him we want to give him a ship. So yeah, and that's on us.
That was $40.
45. He said 45 Warbond in Twitch. But that's what I remember it being. I couldn't remember. I think it was 45 and it went up to 60 after the sale.
I'm looking at my LTI cutter pack in my own pack.
Really?
Oh no, that's the cutter with plus the ground paints. Yep, and it was $40.
Yeah. So the one with the package though was $45, and that's the one he's got. So it gives the guy gives him a package and the ship.
You need the game
So,
pack. That's
yeah. Yep. So cool. Yeah. And that's exactly what everyone's now saying in chat. So yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Note 42 says
when you're trying to scroll through a massive list of ships in your hangar.
First
world problem. You make errors. First world problems.
Yes. Nova A42 says, are there any guns in game similar to the Desert Tech? I have no idea what that is.
I have no
Desert
idea.
Tech MD RX. You got to realize we're talking to Australians. They took all our guns away. We've got no idea what that is.
Yep.
Sure, someone in chat will let him know yes or no.
Yep.
Foxtrell says, with the recent work mentioned in Space Mines, do you think we're any closer to Nautilus release if speculation is...
On when?
Yeah, I cut that short because I was just like, don't see the Nautilus. The only thing, like, mines are separate from ships. I know we've got mines coming, but that's separate, yeah?
Yeah.
Nautilus is something you can kick down the road.
Yeah, they can kick that. They could have mines and you could still kick the Nautilus down the road, so, yeah.
Bullpup Quasi Sniper, so it's a bullpup. No, there's nothing quite like a bullpup that I'm aware of. There are some snipers, but not like a bullpup. Yeah, I think you're, and a lot of the sniper guns are pretty unique in this game. So yeah, I don't think there's anything quite like that to answer your question, Nova.
Nerd Potion has a question. If you could add one thing to Star Citizen, what would it be? Good Star Map.
Star Map. Yep. Next question.
Terra Nova, with answering that Chris is making a game he wants to play, do you think that maybe that's part of the development problem? He feels incoherent and disjointed a lot lately.
Like the rest of us.
It feels incoherent and disjointed a lot lately. No, it's just because it's a new patch. That's why it seems so disjointed. But yeah, I don't think the development's disjointed and incoherent. To me, it's moving on. It's just, yeah.
Recube, if you are still here, can you reach out, please, Recube? We want to give you a ship. If you're not here, unfortunately, you don't get shit. But if you are here, Recube, reach out. And I believe are you still here? I'm going to message him directly and see if he gets back to me.
Soul Unit has a question. Do you think they will ever fix the murder fridge on the Redeemer? Eventually.
Yeah. That's just not a priority. That's a gold pass thing. Yep.
Explodo Games. How much do you expect the BMM to increase in price this alien week? Another 50 or 100?
Not at all. I think it will eventually go up $100 when it comes out, to put it exactly in the same price with the price minimum. But I'm not expecting it to go $100 at this sale because of they put a pin in it, which told me they had to delay something.
And my expectation is the maximum price will be $8.90 pricing. Yep. So it's going to be somewhere in that range. Polaris to $8.90 jump is our guess, but it's a guess. Robert Case, do you think that those who worried about lifetime insurance in the end will discover they wasted the time having worried about it?
Only people that paid exceptional high amounts of money to get it, but like me and Algared, there is no reason you can't plan for it. There is almost no way not to get it, and you can get it with a Warbond CCUs. You just buy a smaller ship and upgrade.
Yep. If you want LTI, buy a small ship, upgrade it, CC it to what you want.
It's just kind of like everything in this game. You got to know how things work. Stupidly so in some cases. So yeah.
But if you've gone through a grey market and bought a ship with LTI because, oh no, I'm going to lose my ship, then yes, you will feel like you wasted time and money. Sharonova, ship sales question. Do you think this year we won't see as many, or if any, straight to flyable ships? It's feeling like we were set up to only see more concept ships this year. I don't know.
We haven't really.
Oh,
shit!
We're getting time.
Someone's at the back door. I'll be right back. Sorry.
We're getting that time when my lights are starting to die. I've got one that just doesn't charge up. Just can't take the drain with the lighting. Sharonova, yeah, I think they're trying to go more straight to flyable. I don't think we're gearing up for more concept ships. I could be wrong. So yeah. And we're at 9:16 in the morning for us, so that'd be what? That was a question. We're an hour behind, roughly. For the next question, Nova. We're about an hour behind. So yeah, in terms of your question, I don't really see it. Like, if ships come out, it's great. If they don't come out, maybe I'm unique in that I don't really care. It just...
No, I think you and I have always been... Are you talking about concepts or are you talking about release?
Yeah, concept and release. Like, for me, I don't really care if there's a new concept ship or not. I'll probably buy it if it comes out. I'm happy if they delay them because it means my wallet likes me.
I always like to see the design and the concept and the thought and the creativity that's gone into all of them.
Absolutely.
That's my draw card to them. But whether I buy it's completely another kettle of fish. I like the design of the ships in this game. I think they've had a lot of thought put into them to the point that there are so many eyes that go over them as soon as there's an issue, like it's glaring, like, you know, and you can, you know, we talked about 600i today, you know, you can talk about the Corsair's gun turrets, but they generally get fixed because one of the cool things about the concepts here is they're getting that feedback from us and they're able to fix them. You know, they hear from the community and the community goes, well, this is stupid. Probably not the best way that we don't normally, you know, politely critique them and say, "Oh, have you considered this?"
And sometimes the community says this needs to get changed, and they say it doesn't work.
Yep.
And the community says, "No, it will." And I said, "No, it doesn't work. We've tried it." No, it will. And they say, "Okay," put it in. The community says, "Doesn't work." And they say, "Yeah, we told you." You know, and other times they do it and they go, "Oh, yeah, why didn't we think of it?" It's, you know, so there is that iteration, and the beauty of it being an early alpha is that they can change it. It's not always set in stone. Loco di Rodo. What capital ships have prison holding cells in them? Pretty much most of them.
The smallest one I think of is the Polaris. The Polaris has a
Polaris is the smallest one. I know the Idris has one. I know the Javelin has one.
Don't think the Kraken's got one.
I don't think the Kraken's got one.
Yeah.
Although if you can lock the Habs, you could put someone in a Hab and lock it. So, you know, I suppose.
All right. Axis 96 says, question, will we see more varieties of tanks and heavy artillery? Absolutely going to see more vehicles. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep. Nova 42, do you think the Nomad will become more popular once we can sell ships to finance more expensive ships in game?
I think it'll be a more popular ship in game than it'll ever be out of game. I think you would agree with me on that one, yeah? Because like John loves that ship. John Citizen I'm talking about here. He absolutely loves it. So the first ship he buys every time he goes in game, but he won't buy it in real life. And neither you and I will ever reckon anyone buys it in real life. It's just too expensive for what it is.
Yep.
I get people hating on me for that stance. I think the ship is totally fine. I think it's a great ship. It's just way too bloody expensive. It's ridiculous. You know, but that's my stance, and I'm changed my mind, CIG. But yeah.
Hey, Shane Duke has a question. What would you have him do with Port Olisar?
Update it. I don't think it needs to necessarily be destroyed or anything like that. I just, you know, I'd probably take a hologram model of it and make that something in game that everyone can have. You know, when we go past like what was it, 500 million or whatever we go past, when we go
Yeah.
past a special goal, here you go. This is the old hologram model, or, you know,
Yeah.
homage to Port Alisar.
If Port Alisar is an asset which is chewing up, you know, because of the assets, it's just because it's bespoke, and if it uses a lot of assets to be in game, then it needs to go. If it's not, then in game I wouldn't mind seeing it just remain as a museum. But it's a weird and clunky build, and so it does need to get changed.
We've got a first-time chatter on Twitch, and just to address John F. Wayne's comment, John, the one thing that you're missing from your thought process is you're not thinking about munching or component harvesting. Add those into your equation, and some changes.
And then also add in the fact that when you're going to a ship and you're going to get the components and stuff, you're actually exploring the ship. So salvage actually does tie into that whole.
Yeah. So for those of you on YouTube that can't see the question, he says, "Do you believe that the salvage will be rebalanced again? It seems to take longer to find salvage and less profit." Well, the problem is you can only strip it at the moment. You can't do the other things that me and Algared just said.
You can't munch it. You can't get components. You can't rip the weapons off. You can't do. And we've seen them talking about that with the tractor beam.
And the other thing with salvage is you've only got to find it once, and you found it. With prospecting or mining, you've got to go between the rocks to find the good one. You find salvage, it's salvage. You're done.
Yep.
So it should be harder to find, and you shouldn't get paid as well for it until you do the whole ship. And that's what we're saying. So yeah.
You find the whole ship, and you are making money hand over fist. You might be calling in a friend to take out the loot because there's so much of it. Augusta Aquila. What do you think of the immediate future with missions, especially those tied to reputation, such as illicit delivery missions tied to Red Wind right now?
That is a lore question that I do not know the answer to.
That's a loaded question. So what do you think of the immediate future with missions? Well, they're going to change.
Yeah, I think once we get that thing going, that's where it's really going to take off for me.
We know they're doing dynamic missions. We know they're going to work on missions. We know all of that stuff. We know the writing team's been working on mission dialogue, etc. Especially missions tied to reputation, such as illicit delivery. I think we'll eventually see Red Wind will go more legal stuff rather than other stuff.
Yep. So the second, we're up to the last question, the very bottom. Algared, I'll let you do that one.
Okay. Okay.
That's why I'm putting crosses on them, because as if to say we don't need to read those. Anyway.
Yep. So Aaron has the last question. What are the odds we'll see the Spirit series in Invictus this year?
I would
Invictus.
I would bet money on it. Invictus or CitizenCon?
Invictus. I would say.
Oh, Invictus. Does he say Invictus? No, not at all. Not at all. Sorry, I read that as AIE. My bad. Sorry, not at all.
The A1. You'd see the bomber variant.
The A2, but
yeah, the A2.
But the Spirit
A2 might be in Invictus.
The Spirit is not due for completion on the roadmap until June. That puts it past Invictus, so it can't be at Invictus.
But it can be. Oh, but it could be sold.
Yeah, but he's saying, what are the odds we'll see the Spirit series? Oh, have you meant to purchase? Yes. Okay, yeah. I get you.
So if you're meaning in game, not a hope.
Yeah.
If you're meaning on sale, the A2.
Yeah, A1, but yeah, I get you.
Or the A1,
All right.
Question threw us there. We both looked at it and took it from a different
Come on, after
different angle. So
after 4 hours, we're a bit pooped. That's why we try to speed these up at the end, because we just get more and more incoherent as time goes on. I'm looking for someone to raid on Twitch. And the person I was going to raid has stopped. Typical. Damn Loken, not considering us at all. I was going to raid Loken. I did Cobra last week. I'm trying to look for someone that I know, and they're all new people. New people. Hey, Astropub, 13 viewers. I know that guy. Let's raid him. Yep. He's pretty shit. He's really crap. Yeah, man, but we'll read him anyway.
13 viewers. He must be such a noob.
Yep, that's it. So, the Astropub.
So you guys are going after Astropub. While X is setting that up, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the button if you're on YouTube.
Wait, hang on, I'll ring this. Yeah, let me click this.
Yeah, put up a little icon. So like, subscribe, hit that bell. It does actually help us a great deal. We do get people who say they who have been not getting notifications.
Yep.
You can always do those things, so like super chats and do stuff never expected, never.
So what's something that annoys
needed.
Paul? Ask him why he's got fake hair. That drives him nuts. I know that one. Yeah, do that. Why does Algared have a better haircut than Paul does? There we go. There's a good one.
And why is the Redeemer his favourite ship?
Yeah. And when can we get him to pose? When can we get him to pose for the pin art for the Redeemer? You know, the the thing they put on the nose. Yeah. I'm actually I'm very tempted to get someone to draw that, and then I'll send it to someone at CIG, see if we can get that as a real thing. But anyway, all right.
Yep.
All right, raid's building there. Man, I don't know why it's got to build a raid, but it has to build a raid on
Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch.
And for those Twitch people, thank you for the subscribes, and all the other stuff you do, and all that stuff.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next week. Bye-bye, Twitch. Say goodbye, YouTube, to Twitch. Bye. All right, they're gone. Now we can start party time. No.
Yep.
All right, so yeah, now they're off on our way to Paul. We'll be back with another show this week. Usual type thing. I don't know what it's going to be yet, as it always is. We always sit down and talk about it, so we'll see. But Algared is back from the wedding, so chances are it'll be me and you again this week, won't it? So,
most likely. No, this week I'm away because I'm on camp. So next week.
Did you tell me this in advance?
Yes.
God damn it. Badges, I'm going to have to start message badges. Badges, are you free for a show this week?
So I've got Anzac Day, and then back to school Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm on camp.
Right. I might even have to reach out to Paul and see if we can get Paul on for an episode, because I haven't done Paul. Wait, I'll add him now because I can still see the Twitch chat. I need you for an episode this weekend. Okay.
Oh, this weekend.
I was going to say, okay, thanks, bye.
Do it. This weekend I can do it.
This weekend, right.
Yeah, I can do it this weekend, but I've got camp Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week. So
also no stream next week, right? Now I'm with you, right? Okay, well then, I can definitely get badges for that. So yeah.
So
yep, no problem.
Hey, if Paul wants to join us for an episode, that'd be even cool. Feels like ages we've had a chat with Paul. So anyway,
we'll do with that then. He's been Algared.
He's been Execute.
We'll catch you in the next one. Bye.
Take care.
They really need to add like rating for YouTube, don't they?